Hey guys, welcome. And I'm Amia, studying journalism.
And I'm Hurley, studying media performance. And welcome to the University of Bedfordshire live clearing live stream.
Yeah.
It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful live stream.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm excited. I'm feeling nervous for the people getting their results, but I think it's going to be good. How are you feeling?
Literally, same here. I wish every one of you who are doing results day, I hope you get the grades you deserve, and I pray that you get into uni of your dreams. And I pray that you come to us. It's a wonderful place to be here.
Yeah. So you're studying media production?
Media performance. Yes.
Yeah, so this is basically like your forte.
This is my forte. The fact that I've got the opportunity to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of showreel and in terms of experience, this is literally perfect for me. This is what I love about this place.
Mm-hmm.
They always give me the opportunities and practice. So when I get into the actual scenes, I'm like, you know what? I've already done this in you. This should be live. This should be live work. What are you?
Well, yeah, I'm doing journalism, and again, this course is very, very hands-on. So I've had loads of opportunities to do interviews like this, play with the cameras, just run my mouth and stuff. So yeah, it's been good. It's a great experience. Yeah,
really
enjoying it. Yeah.
All we can say is that we wish you all the best in terms of your A-level results, and you're more than happy to call us for clearing. We have so many courses available here. Feel free to get in touch with our phone number 0300 3300
You can also visit us at beds.ac.uk/clearing.
And we'll be live all day on our YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and on our website. So we will see you guys around.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Good luck.
And you can join us in just a moment for our introduction to clearing with David Seaton.
See you guys soon.
Bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and today we have got David Seaton, Assistant Director of the Student Recruitment and Admissions. How are you this morning?
Yeah, I am really good. I love clearing every single year. Love clearing.
Can you tell us a bit more about what exactly clearing is?
Yes, so clearing is the last stage of the UCAS cycle. It's really, there's this common myth around clearing that it is only for those people who have maybe sort of failed the exams and not got the exam grades that they like. But actually, clearing is much more than that. So, students can apply directly to universities throughout clearing, so they haven't made a UCAS application before. And of course, students at this stage do change their mind as well. So they might think, actually, I want to change my course or change my university. Bearing in mind there is a cost of living crisis on at the moment. So clearing is a great opportunity for students to really sort of finalise, if you like, what they're going to do come September.
So who is clearing open to in general?
So clearing is open to anybody, really. So clearing itself, a lot of school leavers will use clearing when they receive their results, and the results are now out. They came out at 8 o'clock today, 8 o'clock this morning. But actually, mature learners, and when I talk about mature learners, I do always have to say that the government consider mature learners to be over the age of 21, which makes me very mature. Mature learners, school leavers, anybody who's thinking about going to university, they still have an opportunity to either change their mind or apply throughout the clearing period.
So how exactly do you apply?
Right, so first thing you need to do really is research. If you find yourself in a position where perhaps your results aren't what you expected, first thing to do is to do some research, look at the university websites, look at UCAS as well, look at what different options are available. Once you've found the university and the course that you want to study, then you can contact that university and speak to our admissions team. And actually, we've got our academic team here as well. So if you want to speak to our academics and you can do that as well. Then receive the offer. Okay, that's the key part really. That is an offer of a place from the university to go and study there. Once you've got the offer, you will obviously need to accept the offer, and you can either do that through your UCAS hub if you have got a UCAS application. It's all a bit confusing, but it is also very straightforward. Or you can, if you haven't made a UCAS application previously, we will send you just an acceptance form. And you just need to complete that, return it to us, and it's literally as easy as that. Then, and this is really important for me, once you've got your place at university, it's then time to get excited about going.
So, what is the process of it, and how long does it take for you to get the offer?
So, the process is very straightforward, as I've just sort of explained. The offer itself can come through within a matter of, minutes in some cases. So if you have got a UCAS application in the system, universities and Bedfordshire included, we can access your UCAS application. We can have a look at your personal statement, your reference. If all the information is there, we can literally make that offer within a couple of minutes to you. If there's a slightly more, if you haven't got a UCAS application, we may ask you for things like copies of your certificates, your GCSEs, certificates, maybe a reference copy of your passport. This is standard across the sector. So if one university is asking for it, Bedfordshire is asking for it, then other universities will as well. So that can take a little bit longer. But the key thing is really to keep checking your emails. Please continue to check your junk inbox. The amount of emails you get lost in junk, in the junk inboxes. And really, just as soon as you receive an email, just read it really carefully and make sure you are sort of providing any documentation to the university. But it is really very straightforward. And if you need any help, guidance, and we've got a team of professionals here at the university who are more than happy to help. We are here to help you throughout this journey.
So once you're actually on the course, is there any room to switch courses, or is that the one that you have to stay on?
Yes and no is the answer to that. So if you are coming to study with us on our foundation year program, so our foundation year program is a 4-year sort of, if you like, extended degree where we add a level 0 onto the start of the degree. You do have the opportunity in most cases to swap after that first year. Likewise, if you are coming on to what we call our level 4 programs, i.e., first year of a degree, you can swap to an extent. We normally allow people to move and swap for the first month or so, but obviously, what we want to make sure is that when you come to your first assessment point, you've got that knowledge base on that particular topic. So, to a certain extent, you can. But this is where, going back to my earlier point, the research is absolutely crucial. And please do ask us questions. We are there to answer any questions. No question at this stage is silly. So please do ask us as much to get so that you make a really informed decision as to what you want to study.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, David Seaton, for your input. Don't forget, guys, ring up 0300 3300 073. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, is our Support at Bed session at 9 a.m. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are currently at, guys, we are currently at the clearing room itself. This is where they're all cooking, getting all these calls. And as you can see, it seems very intense. But hey, we're getting our potential students to come here. It's come with me. It's come with everyone else. Guys, I cannot wait to see you all. If you do come, please do. It's the best place to go. We have so many opportunities here. Just like me doing this live stream right now. I never thought I'd be doing a live stream for a whole establishment like a university. So I want to hear those phones ringing. You know what I mean, guys? Yes. You know what? I'll give you a little tour. So up next we've got. So we're currently in the postgraduate building, which is one of my favourite buildings here. Not only because of the view, but just because of the facilities here. We've got more clearing phone calls here, and actually, fun fact, right over here is our on-campus accommodation, which I lived here last year, and which I'm living again actually because it was amazing. Literally right opposite the uni, shop-wise perfect, train link perfect. It's got everything you need, and I live from my bedroom to the 9th floor. I can see the airport, I can see the retail plot. It is perfect, generally perfect, and I cannot wait to live there again. So if you guys do come, book this accommodation, and guess what? I might invite you to a house party every now and then. You know what I mean? But what's up next? You know what? I think it's time to nip around. We've got the lecture theatre over here and our information board right here. But guys, all I can say is that I'll see you guys next time. Up next is student support at 9 AM. See you guys next time.
There are a lot of elements I like about the University of Bedfordshire, but I'd have to say my biggest thing is the facilities here they have to offer. The first time I walked into the TV studio, I thought, wow, I just was over the moon and couldn't get over it for like an entire day. During my end of secondary school, all the way through sixth form, I suffered with severe depression and anxiety. I really struggled with school. I still always wanted to go to university, and I looked at the University of Bedfordshire. And to be honest, it was the best decision I ever made, because the difference between me when starting and the me now is drastically changed. So when I came into the university, it was accommodating. It's very diverse. You know, I met my kind of people and, you know, it was welcoming. It feels like home. Being a science student, I came about the £40 million STEM building, and it has high standard facilities. For a university to actually invest such in the life of the students is something to actually be proud about. You get equipped with the skills you actually need to go into the world and actually be part of the pharmaceutical industry.
Literally. Really amazing facilities right there. And now we've got the metro.
Another social space.
Another social space.
Yeah.
I love the metro,
Yeah, it's
especially
really nice.
in bar nights as well.
Oh.
And the gym. We do love our fair gym. And this year actually is going to be free because of the cost of living. So a free gym as a student it's a literal win-win situation
Ideal.
right there. And we've got more nursing.
Yeah, again with the hands-on stuff.
Literally. It's quite amazing.
That's what I love about this uni though. They always have so many practical things to
Literally.
offer. So you're not just sitting down for 4 hours.
Literally. And now we've got the Arts Centre.
Yeah.
With all these dresses.
The fashion people.
And we're back at it again and around the art studio as well. I remember I went to an exhibition there, which was really cool. And now we're back.
And we're back. There's the radio lab. It's really cool. Then you've got just to your left there, it's Treehouse. There's a nice social space. If you want to go there, chill, relax. And then there's the accommodations.
And
So,
that
yeah.
is our 360 tour. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see you on campus one day.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Welcome back, and we are here with Jamie Nelson, who is a part of the student support team. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
That's
Thanks for having me.
good. So can you just tell us a bit about your job and what exactly you do?
Okay, so I work in the student engagement team. So that's one of several teams that form the student support services at the University of Bedfordshire. So specifically, what my role is to help and support students when things go a little bit off track, or if they're getting a little bit unsure about how to progress to the next step in their educational journey with us. And that's pretty much, in a nutshell, what we do. But I will go into a little bit more detail about all the different services that we offer a little bit later on.
Yeah, sure, great.
So, do you offer financial support for students in general?
So there is support services specifically geared up to look at financial support and advice. So we have our student money advice team. So the SMA team, as the hip cool and trendy of us, have a range of advice and support available for students. So we have what the University of Bedfordshire calls an Access to Learning Fund. So that is a pool of money that students are able to access if they're experiencing financial hardship or difficulties, and they need some a little bit of a boost or a little bit of support if they get to into a bit of a pickle, because we know sometimes cost of living is already hitting everybody. Everybody's feeling that pinch, but also for some students this might be the first time that they've ever had to deal with their own independent finances, and sometimes getting that student loan can be a little bit overwhelming, and people go, oh, Dominoes for the first time, okay, and then you can find yourself getting caught short at the end of the first month or so. And we're non-judgmental. We understand that sometimes that can happen, and some people just need a little bit of extra support. And we also have budgeting workshops. We have support with scholarships and bursaries as well. So if you're joining us and you're entitled to any of the bursaries or scholarships, we have a special team that will get in touch with you and let you know what's available and how you can access it. So yeah, there's quite a wealth of support available.
Well, how can someone contact you guys?
So contacting us is very easy. So we have a student support website that's part of the homepage. So under University Life, you'll see student support. Once you hit that landing page, there's a load of different tiles with the different support services that we have available to you. And all you can do is click on there, and then there'll be various email addresses that you can click on, and all you have to do is click on it, and it will automatically generate an email, and then you can just start typing away and let us know what you'd like to get in touch with. What we've also done on our main pages is giving you a little bit of an explanation of what each team does, so you know roughly which area to aim for. But if in doubt, you can drop an email to student engagement, and we will have a little look into your inquiry and then signpost you where you need to go. So it's very easy to do that. Alternatively, you can go visit one of our SID desks, or you can call SID. They've got a very easy to remember number, 0300 300 0042. Nice and easy. Get in touch with those guys, and they will make sure that they set you up an inquiry, pass you on some information, and then it's up to you what services you want to access or not. So it's completely self-referral. People, you can take control of what services that you actually want to engage with and what ones you just actually, I think I'll be okay with that bit. It's completely up to you how you access the services.
And aside from the more practical issues like finance, do you guys also offer support for mental?
Yeah, so I think it would probably be pertinent for me to give you a little bit of an overview of the different teams and what they do. So student engagement, we sit in what is known as the SEAM team, so student engagement and mitigation. So student engagement, we look at complex issues, and where there's instances where students want to meet with us on a one-to-one basis and talk through concerns that they have, whether that be academic or personal concerns, and then just get some one-to-one advice and guidance from an unbiased and non-judgmental service. That's what we do. And then the other half of that team is the mitigation team. So sometimes last-minute things crop up. We've all woken up and suddenly felt a little bit rough, and you never know. That could be the day of an exam. That could be the day of a practical. That could just be a day that you're not feeling great, and it impacts a week of where you're supposed to be prepping an assignment. And we understand that sometimes these things happen, and they are unavoidable. And what we have in place is the mitigation team, where you can apply and tell us about your circumstances, fill out one of our forms, all available on our website. There's loads of different categories that you can apply underneath. And then our team will review it, and then you can get an extension on your piece of work. So that could be up to 1 to 14 days, extra. Or we get a reassessment opportunity. So if it's something like an exam, we're not just going to say, oh, come back tomorrow, because that exam will have sat. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
Give you another opportunity to do it. So that's how student engagement and mitigation work. Then we move over to our health and wellbeing teams. So we have the counselling team, the mental health team, and the disabilities team. So they govern pretty much what it says on the tin. So the mental health teams, we have mental health advisor, that students are able to talk through any mental health concerns that they've got, seek support that's available internally from the university. But also our mental health team has a really good connections with all the support services that are available in the local community. And if any of the students are coming, they do end up coming to join us in September and come along to our Thrive events, we've got a bit of a wellbeing fair available, and the mental health team are helping to bring in some external so you can meet providers that are in the local area and get that advice and guidance, both centrally and a little bit broader. So obviously nice and supportive there. Counselling services are there just to be a listening ear and to provide some trained therapeutic conversations and help you move through and work through any problems that you have, and provide some advice and support there. And the disability team supports students who are either identify as having a disability and have diagnoses, but also support students who have long-term chronic illnesses. They offer advice and support there, and we put things in place to help them succeed and level the playing field to make sure that there's equal and fair opportunities at Beds to get involved and do well and succeed. And then we have our student money advice team, which I've talked a little bit about. And then after that, we also have our community and faith team. So I think when you took us through the 360 tour, you showed us the treehouse. So that's one of the services that's available. That's the Luton version of our community and faith team. And then we also have over in Bedford what's called seed beds. So nice and tree themed. Don't ask me why that is, but I'm sure there is a very good reason for it. So the community and faith teams run a Christian-led multi-faith support service. So it's also for students who are non-practicing or don't associate with this particular faith. It's a really great opportunity for students who feel a little bit like they want to make some friends or meet some people from the community. It's a great social opportunity for students and also for staff. You often see staff popping down there just to see what's going on. They always do the best food, and they've always got tea and coffee available, which is always fabulous. And they also do some really great cultural events. I think anybody that's been on campus during Holly last year will have seen they had like the coloured powder paints out, and the campus was literally lit up in colour. It was absolutely wonderful, and anybody that saw it really did enjoy themselves. I did have to run a little bit because I was wearing a white shirt at the time, and although I looked great in Technicolor, I think my boss would have probably had some raised eyebrows for that one. So yeah, those are my support services, and that's roughly a rundown of all of the different ways that you can access support, both physically and for your emotional well-being.
Just one last question.
Yeah.
I know some people may find it a bit, shameful or embarrassing that they have to actually seek out for help. So how would you advise someone to get over that?
I would say that if you think about all of the famous people that you think are incredible, the people that you absolutely idolize, and then you think to yourself and honestly think to yourself, did that person get where they are today all on their own? Did they manage all of that by themselves? Or realistically, do you think that they have had a team, an army? They say it takes a village.
Yeah.
And it really does. And there is no shame in being human and needing a little bit of a champion sometimes, because sometimes you are everybody else's champion, and that's absolutely incredible. And we applaud people that are like that. But also you need to be able to champion yourself. And sometimes that does mean just going, do you know what? I need 5 minutes. Can somebody have a chat with me? And that's what I would say. I was like, don't compare yourself to ideas that you have in your head about being perfect, because anybody that thinks they're perfect is probably far from it. And those of us that are just accepting that we're human and just want to say, hands up, I just want to chat. It's absolutely fine. And that's what we're here for. And that's the whole ethos of Bedfordshire, is getting involved, accepting that there's no judgment, and just being open and having open for honest conversations and helping people move forward and succeed. That's the whole aim of the game at the end of the day.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Once again, guys, don't forget to ring 0300 3300 073. And up next is our social sciences subject session. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So the University of Bedfordshire has been a great university. Everyone's really friendly and you just know everyone when you walk around campus. It's also got great facilities. You've got a great library. The lecturers are amazing. For me, having dyslexia, it's very hard for me to do things on my own sometimes, and sometimes I do need some support. They support us in any way they can. There's always someone available for you to talk to if you're going through something. Most of our lecturers have been paramedics and are still registered paramedics. We're constantly learning through their experiences, and having all of this time to just educate ourselves and go through these experiences and be able to make mistakes and learn from our mistakes is really reassuring. I've really enjoyed being in the University of Bedfordshire and studying here.
I thought I would never be able to make it in university because it's such an academic place. I thought, why not give it a shot? And though, even to this day, I still struggle academically, I've had a lot of support from the library resources and my classmates and lecturers. What I like about the university is the creativeness that you get here and the facilities that they have here. When I walked into the TV studio for the first time, I thought, wow, is this really a university TV studio? It looks like something I'd think would be in the professional industry. It was incredible. As I joined Radiolab, for me it's been a great experience for me to experience things outside of my own course. It can open new doors that you never thought you'd be interested in. I think I've got more than just a degree here. I found a new family here at the university.
I chose to come to Bedford and it was the best choice I ever made. I love the fact that there's a real community vibe and that the tutors and lecturers really look after you. The one thing that I do really love about the dance course is that they don't actually take on that many applicants, which means that you do get more attention from your tutors and lecturers. The tutors are so supportive. They look after you, not in the sense of just academic, but personally as well. I've actually achieved everything that I wanted to achieve whilst being here. I feel like the university has really, really pushed me into finding myself and enabling me to do whatever I want with my future.
Hello, my name's Blaze. I'm nearing the end of my second year as a student midwife at the University of Bedfordshire. Midwifery is one of the most inclusive, amazing and rewarding industries to go into. I have been brought up with four sisters, so working with women, which is what midwife means, is something that I have always done my whole life. So being able to work alongside and just help facilitate birth and just be a part of one of life's most amazing moments, I think is something that not everyone obviously gets to do, and it's something that's just drawn me into wanting to be a part of that and wanting to explore what it is that's required to be able to do that. And the last 2 years so far have just drawn me more and more into exactly what it is that my future is going to be as a midwife. So one thing that University of Beds offered was that the course is going to be 50% practical, 50% theory, and that drew me in instantly from the get-go. I'm much more of a hands-on learner. Academics for me has never been my strong point, but the fact that we can learn and put into practice straight away it works for me personally, and the job is so hands-on and inclusive with what you have to be doing in practice. You basically have a job from the minute you start your degree. So that for me is a massive factor into why I wanted to do this course. And placement it's amazing. You are basically thrown into the deep end. You are working alongside qualified midwives, and you just have to build those fundamental skills from the beginning. And it's amazing to be able to put your theory into practice so early on, and it gives you a real indicator as to if this is exactly what you want to be doing, or if it's something that you don't feel as comfortable with, you'd rather be doing more academics. And it just gives you a really good sort of setup as to how and if you are in the right field, so yeah, the placement side of it is it's amazing. You are involved, you are included, you are working with women from the very beginning of your degree. So with it being so 50% practical, 50% theory, you are thrown in the deep end immediately. So you are exposed to practice from the get-go, and I think that's amazing that you can apply everything you're learning at university straight into what your job is going to be. It's a very hands-on job. You're not writing essays as a midwife, you are hands-on with patients and with women. So it allows you to be exposed to absolutely everything. You get to sort of notice where your strengths and weaknesses are within your placement, and it allows you to sort of explore who you want to be as a midwife, where you want to go. If you want to go down an avenue of, specifically focusing on breastfeeding, or wanting to be a manager, it allows you to explore all these avenues from the very beginning, which I think is amazing. the hospital that I am at is very multicultural, very diverse. It includes a massive array of women that you get to work with, and you can be exposed to quite extraordinary things and things that aren't necessarily available to every single hospital around the UK. You know, it's really quite specific, and I think that it just allows you to build your own case studies from being a student and then sort of carry it through being a midwife as and when and if I qualify. So my advice would be to just go for it. I think if you've got any question in your head that you might want to do it, or you're starting and you're nervous, or that it's crossed your mind at some point, I think that you need to grab that opportunity. It came around for me quite quickly and quite sort of out of the blue, so I just had to take a leap and go for it, and I've fallen more and more in love with it as my years have gone on. I couldn't think of doing anything else, and I just think you won't know unless you try. So give it a go. If it's not for you, it's not for you, but if it is, then you're just going to find yourself in falling more in love with something that's going to be the rest of your life. So have no regrets and give it a go.
Hello there, my name is Russ Merton.
Hi there, I'm Jonathan South.
Hi, I'm Simon Grant.
Well, now you've met the team of the three of us. One thing we all have in common is we're all retired police officers and we're all lecturers here at the University of Bedfordshire on the professional policing degree.
This course is aimed at everybody, really. It's not just sort of traditional entry routes. It's not just 18, 19-year-olds. We welcome returners to education, people who are wanting a career change, and we do have a couple of older students on this degree who have sort of had a little bit of time out. So generally, my units are one called Policing and Society, which is all about misconduct, corruption, how police officers should behave, and some of the history of policing. And then we move on to criminal legislation and police powers. So we look at things like powers of arrest or making an arrest and stop and search. And then moving on to some sort of legislation-based learning, things like theft, burglary, criminal damage. And then in year 2, we've got a new unit this year, which is community policing. So some of our second years are learning more about that.
For the first year students, I teach them some very basic academic skills, and we also look at something called the National Decision Model, which is something that will reappear for the 3 years that they're here and for most of their police career as well. And then for the second year students, I've been teaching concept of evidence-based policing, and up until very recently, we've been teaching initial scene attendance and what to do when you get caught to a crime scene, so very practical subjects.
So I cover a number of units. 2 of the units that I cover are something called complexities and contradictions, which is where we have complex investigations and what comes into play during those. In addition to that, I do roads policing, and I specialise in safeguarding children. So what I try and do is put some safeguarding input into all of the units that I cover.
Well, it's a professional degree first and foremost, so it leads to a profession in policing. It's one of the new entry routes into policing alongside the apprenticeship and the degree holder entry programme. So the employability is excellent with a course like this, so it leads directly into employment if our graduates are obviously successful in applying and getting a job with the police force of their choice. Not all students will go into policing though, or into the role of a police officer. So some of our students already going on to postgrad studies, or that they're joining an organisation, taking an investigative function as a civilian, or perhaps a PCSO role. But we've also had students join other organisations, either within criminal justice or elsewhere. So the employability is excellent with a course like ours.
Good morning, and we are back. Today we have got Lynn Reynolds, School of Applied Social Studies. How are you feeling today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
We're doing very well.
Yeah, we're good.
Good.
It's been a good morning. It's been a wonderful morning.
Yeah, it's been fun.
So, could you tell us what types of courses are available to study here through School of Social Studies?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we've got 3 and 4 year programs across all of our degree programs. So we've got, well, I particularly teach foundation year. I'm one of the course coordinators for foundation year, and those courses lead directly into the 3-year degree programs. And we cover childhood and adolescence, childhood and youth studies, criminology and sociology, health and social care, professional policing, and social studies. Some of those courses, well, all of the courses, apart from criminology and sociology, run at Luton campus. But we also now have childhood and youth studies, health and social care, and criminology and sociology running at Bedford campus as well.
That's
So,
wonderful.
yeah.
So, do these courses have a practical element?
They don't have a practical element within the foundation year, although students do get to hear from those in practice. For example, a number of our students may use our foundation year courses as a stepping stone into one of the professional courses, such as nursing, midwifery, and we've got very close ties with those individuals within the faculty and the wider environment, who come in and who are in practice and who will talk to the students, tell them, what life is like as a nurse, as a midwife, as a social worker. As students progress into level 4, 5 and 6, they will also do employability focused units. So they get experience with working in the local and wider environments, such as social work assistants, that sort of thing. So yeah, we get practitioners at all levels to come in and teach the students. Plus we also draw on those within our faculty who are research active. They come in, tell the students all about their research, how they've been finding it, what their results are, and we make those links into the curriculum as well. So we're very up to date with what we're actually teaching the students, whether it's theoretical or practical. So yeah, the students really love it. They do love the research side and the practice. It's good.
obviously coming into university, you want to make like as many connections as you can that are going to benefit you like when you leave. So I know you just mentioned some of the industry links that you guys have. Could you just explain a bit more about that?
Yeah, as I said, we have specific focused employability units at each level of study for all of the degree programmes. For example, we know that there's lots of changes going on in the health and social care landscape at the moment, changes to roles, responsibilities, etc. So we take that on board. We are in contact with practitioners who are involved in, say, for example, social prescribing. They will be heavily involved in the curriculum development. They'll also be coming in to talk to our students, perhaps offering volunteer or paid opportunities. We also work very closely right from foundation year all the way through with the career service. So helping students to find employment whilst they're studying, whether it's paid, whether it's voluntary, and then obviously we have given lots of support about gaining graduate employability as well. So we've got lots of different links throughout all of the different degree programmes. So for example, some of our criminology students may go into any area of criminal justice, whether it's probation, whether it's working with a local service that provides drug and alcohol services. Nursing, obviously Luton and Dunstable Hospital, midwifery, social work, on the childhood and youth studies, whilst they're in level 4, they can actually get accredited qualifications alongside studying their degree, because of some of the practice that goes on there within the local community. Lots and lots of opportunities.
So do you tend to keep in contact with those who have studied here and then left and found jobs outside?
Yeah, many of our students go into all different sorts of roles. So again, for example, with policing, with criminology students, they, as I say, go into policing, they can go into probation, they go into public sector criminal justice areas, they go into cyber security, anti-terrorism roles. It's basically the world is their oyster. And we've just had actually a foundation year student who's gone through his 4-year programme, and he's just graduated with first class honours, and he's now coming back and going to act as one of our academic success coaches. So because we've got a number of those this year, so students are going to be really well supported. So not just by staff, personal academic tutors, us being there offering additional support, whether it be evenings, weekends, for foundation year students online, face-to-face meetings. So it gives the students a real sense of belonging at Beds. So they're enveloped into our family.
So what facilities do you have in the School of Social Studies?
That's a very good question. We have, so for example, with the policing degree, we have our custody suite that is used to give the students a really realistic idea of day-to-day practice of, arresting, booking offenders. We also have access to the forensic suite. So there's just so many opportunities, so many, because we have such close ties with other faculties. It's just endless. Our students are really fortunate.
As you know, the field of applied social sciences is constantly changing and the world around us is evolving. So how do you personally stay connected with what's going on outside and implement that into the course?
That's another good question. So I think the first thing is obviously myself and my colleague, Neville Palmer, who's the course coordinator for Bedford Foundation here. We stay up to date with what's going on in local and national news. We have actually recently made some changes to the assignments so that it's much more focused on local communities, national communities, you know, what's going on there. Because foundation year is so broad, and we do get the students to think about understanding society. What do individuals do in society? How do they think about things? And how can we explain that from a theoretical perspective? Looking at social issues, so contemporary social issues such as crime, such as, you know, health. So what's going on in local communities? What are the issues that people are facing? Are children being educated correctly? What about those children with disabilities? What about the elderly? Are they receiving fair health treatment? Are they more likely to be a victim of crime? So we keep constantly up to date. Obviously, we're researching when we're writing lectures, when we're teaching the students in seminars. We give them up-to-date materials, whether it be a recent journal article, or a newspaper clipping, just to get the discussion going, get their thought processes going, and yeah, giving them a different viewpoint. So yeah, we're quite active.
Yeah. Well, that is Lynn Reynolds from the School of Social Sciences. Thank you so much for coming this morning.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you so much. Make sure you ring us on 0300 3300 073. And I'll see you guys next time for Business Subject at 10 a.m. I'll see you guys soon.
My name is Fatima Al-Robi. I study paramedic science at the University of Bedfordshire. I chose to study paramedic science because I've always wanted to be a paramedic. It's the fact that we can give our all to a patient in a really short amount of time, and we can hand them over to the hospital wherever they need to go. It's also because we come across a lot of things. We don't just come across one thing. We see a lot of various jobs. We see midwifery, we see cardiac arrests, we see a lot. Okay, so my favourite thing about the course so far is definitely the camaraderie between everyone that we work with during placement. Placement in itself is a really exciting time. I guess my favourite part of the course. I didn't think that in first year we would be able to do a lot, but we really did go in and talk to the patients and get involved as much as we could with our limits, and that's my best part about the course so far. So the course has helped me a lot with trying to get to my goals, because my lecturers, they have worked as paramedics, and they've seen a lot and they tell us a lot about what they've encountered. We also get a lot of experience in this course. We see a lot of the things that we would see as we were working in the job, and we come across all of the new equipment. We learn a lot about the new laws and everything, so we're very up to date about everything. So we have access to a lot of facilities here. We have a Simbulance stood outside, and we've used that to familiarise ourselves with how the ambulance is laid out and how to use the equipment. We also have the skills lab that I'm sat in right now. It's got a lot of equipment as well, and we can go hands in with the equipment and familiarise ourselves with that as well. The support from the lecturers are incredible. I mean, you can go to the lecturers at any time and they'll support you with anything you need, small or big. They're there for you.
My name's Brandon. I'm a professional policing student on my second year at the University of Bedfordshire. So I chose Bedfordshire University because I'm looking to go into the Bedfordshire Police as my local force, and the fact they were running a professional policing course nearby was very ideal to me. I'd probably say my favourite part of the course so far is a lot of the interactions with the lecturers, but definitely some of the trips we've been on. Last year, on the first year, we went to a forensics trip. We joined with some of the other students on different degrees for a big group event to sort of get a more physical and hands-on approach to policing, and it was really good to understand how it works in practicality as well as the theory behind it. I think the degree will be really helpful in the future. Personally, I'm quite interested in the academics and the theory behind a lot of policing. So to learn it in an academic setting is really important. For me, I get a good understanding of how things work theoretically as well as practically. So going forward into the police, I think being in a frontline role but having the experience and the knowledge from a degree will be really important to understand sort of the area I'm working in and the people I'm working with.
Hi, I'm Fiona. I'm a first year student studying at the University of Bedfordshire doing the Operator Department Practice degree. I chose the University of Bedfordshire because not many universities do this course, and I also chose it due to the diversity where you work across 3 disciplines: anaesthesia, scrub and recovery, and that really appealed to me. I really enjoyed the simulation sessions we have where our current tutors set up scenarios in a patient real-life situation. They're really intricate and interesting and get you to think on your feet. We've been in placement on our second block now, and I really enjoy the fact that we rotate around these specialities and you get to see all the different kind of areas that doctors work in their own field. I really like the fact that you have 3 different disciplines to progress onto. Whether you're interested in going into more anaesthesia route, then you could be an anaesthetist associate, or you can go further into surgical and be a surgical first, or whether you choose to carry on the pathway down recovery. I think the option of the 3 gives you that flexibility in terms of the area that you're more interested into, and that's something you will figure out after you're qualified for a few years and then decide where you want to go, and you have that flexibility to do it. I really like the fact that the university do have simulation labs and tutors who come from a different variety of healthcare backgrounds and are able to put all their knowledge into the scenarios they provide for us. And the tutors are there to support you as and when needed, and to go repeat any questions or anything you're unsure of, so the support is definitely there. There have been occasions I've had to ring my tutor at different times, and they're always on the end of the phone to speak to you if needed. think advice for me to give to anyone else, especially mature students or parents, is don't be deterred about doing the course. It's easily adjustable. You just have to be super organised and make sure that your short and long-term plans are in place and that you follow through with them. That's kind of the only advice I really have.
Clearing students! If you have never had a chance to be here live in our campus, we have a 360 virtual reality tour just for you. We're going to show you around the campus, show you all the cool stuff, all the hangouts. So yeah.
Let's get on with it.
Let's go.
So, as you can see on our screen right now, we are in opposite our own campus accommodation. Wonderful place, nice and snug. Spent a year there, spending another year there just because it's so good. First time so nice, I had to do it twice.
Back. Yeah.
I had to do it twice. So let's click on the Luton campus video and have a quick glance around. So currently the PG Centre, which is the building we own right now.
Right now.
The postgraduate building, amazing. And as you can see, you can look around all directions as we start off with
Park Square. We've got a nice social space here. I think the best feature here is the Costa. The people there are so nice. The coffee is actually good. Yeah.
I love their flapjacks and also
the croissants. Yeah.
I love to get their energy drink. So up next we have is the mechanical engineering lab, STEM.
Yeah, they've got some really cool stuff here. This entire building is quite like high tech. Yeah.
And now we've got the famous library, which I do love. And the best thing
Massive.
about it is 24 hours.
24 hours. So if you want to be there Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, getting in that last minute revision, you can.
Literally.
Yeah.
Perfect. And this is the second floor or third floor of the library. As you can see, you have the little group work where you can, do some briefs with your friends. Great place to study as well. And a famous TV studio.
It's your home.
This is my home.
It's your home.
I do love it there. The number of content I've done in my first year in uni with this TV studio is absolutely amazing. Great experience. Helps me get into the field, and look at me behind the camera there.
We've got the nursing simulation. Again, this uni is really hands-on and very practical in the things they give you. So you can see we've got dummies, it looks like you're in a hospital basically, which is very, very helpful. So yeah, and the metro.
The famous metro. We do love the metro.
Another nice social space.
And the gym, the Aspire gym. Fun fact, the gym is now free for this year due to the cost of living. So if you want to get yourself pumped up and summer ready for next summer, go ahead and check out the Aspire gym.
Yeah.
And now we've got more of our hospital medical fields. Amazing. Look at that. Uncanny right there to a hospital. I mean, that should help you get the experience you need.
Definitely.
And now we have got the Alexon building where the arts and crafts.
Yeah.
These dresses
a lot of textures going on there.
Literally, I remember I went there to watch. I think it was like a painting, something like that, where they show people's works.
Cool.
I had an amazing time there.
And we're back. There's the radio lab, and then to our left, right here, we've got Treehouse, a nice social community space, and Holy's home.
Yes, a 360 moment right there.
So yeah, pretty much that was it. Hopefully we see you on campus one day, but join us at 10 a.m. and we're going to be talking to Carl Knox from our business school. So see you there.
See you guys there.
The question is, have we got anybody watching?
Good morning, and we are back with Carl Knox from our business school. How are you, Carl?
Good, thank you. Thanks for inviting me in.
No worries, no worries. So let's get on with it. So, what types of courses are available to study in the School of Business?
Okay, so I guess in general, it's like any business school. We have a variety of courses. So they range from accounting, human resource management, marketing, all the way through to aviation and tourism. So there's quite a range of courses that are available for students to do within the business school, but all of them having a business element. So it's very much about, you know, how we do the managing of the operation to a certain extent. Okay.
So you know how some people are more like practical learners.
Okay.
Do you think there's more like practical elements in the business school, or is it solely theory?
No, I certainly think courses over the last 10 years have changed dramatically. And I think having that element of being able to put things into practice. So we obviously have our PPY, which is our professional practice year, where students can do actually, whether if they do a 3-year degree where they go straight through, or they do a 4-year degree where they would have a year where they work in industry. But certainly I think whatever we're doing, whether it's accounting, marketing, you know, economics, there is always a practical element to that. And whether that's actually going out into industry and having visits, whether that's bringing experienced people in to talk to them, to give them a flavour of what it's about, but also doing things like, you know, we have what we call a writer's room, which is a replication of a stock exchange. And it allows students to get a feel for software that's being used in industry, but within a very safe environment. It's not going to cost them their £50,000 a year job. If they make a mistake, they make a mistake. But it's giving them a feel for the technology that's used in industry, and it's also allowing them to replicate that in terms of the theory that they're learning. So I think putting the two things together, you know, that idea of learning practically, because a lot of us, you know, a lot of us don't like exams, we don't like sort of that pressure, but at the end of the day, that's what work is about. You know, there is a pressure when you go into industry, and I think, you know, we try and replicate that as best we can. I guess it's a bit like the Lionesses taking penalties. They practice them, but until they do it on the big stage, it's a little bit different. But we try and help as much as we can to give them that experience. I guess also to give them that confidence. So they feel confident in their ability, that they've learned some really good stuff and they're able to put that into practice.
So, what industry links do you have through your School of Business? Are you linked to any, you know, facilities, industries?
Okay, I guess the easy one to a certain extent is Luton Airport, which is on our doorstep. So obviously we try and work very closely with our network of companies. They change. You know, it's not always the same company, but then some companies we do have that longevity in terms of that relationship, where we have been able to work with them, and they come in. You know, they come into the university, and we take students out there. But certainly, I think, you know, some of our local accountants, some of our local law firms. So we've got a business school conference coming up in September, and we have a number of guest speakers coming in, and they are based on our contacts that we have, and they come in and they're actually talking to not so much our university students, but our year 11, 12 and 13 students who will be our future students coming through, and giving them a feel for what the university does. That it's not just about coming to university or college, sitting in a classroom, you know, book learning, but actually there are lots of interactive elements to that. So we do have some good networks. We've got, you know, students who've worked at the airport. As I said, we've worked with Amazon. One of our students went on and graduated last year and worked with Red Bull F1, which, you know, it's a bit like, you know, I'll use my Premier League sort of analogy again, but, you know, those are the high-end ones. Yeah. Not everybody's going to get that opportunity, but what it does say is that opportunity is there. And I think, you know, a lot of it, you know, it's that extracurricular activity that students have to do, where we try and get them involved, whether we do competitions, where we expose them to the outside world. And, you know, all of our staff will come from industry, the majority of them. They will maintain those industry contacts and bring them in on different elements. And I think that's really an important aspect for students to recognise, that, you know, you're only going to get out what you put in. And yes, you can sit back and just let everybody do the work for you, but in reality, we offer those opportunities, and I do think they've got to grasp them and be a little bit proactive, which is sometimes quite difficult for students. You know, they're coming to university for the first time, even our second and third years, sometimes they're still a little bit shy. And actually what they need to do is engage and immerse themselves in university. You know, the old adage of you come to university to read doesn't go away. You know, you are here to learn, and you've got to engage. It's not going to, you know, if you sit in a classroom, it's not going to come to you through osmosis. It's not just going to come into your brain. But the bottom line is you've got to put that into practice. You've got to ask the questions. But the opportunities for our networks and working with our companies, you know, there are a range of companies that we work with. And I think the best bit for me is that those companies reflect the subject areas and give the students the opportunity to see what it's like in the real world, or get that experience of somebody coming to share the real world with them as well.
So you know how you just spoke about industry links,
Yeah.
like whilst students are studying.
Yeah.
Do you know of anyone that's actually gone on and progressed to be in like an actual like firm or anything afterwards, after they've studied?
Okay. So we've got yes. Okay, how do I say this diplomatically? So we had a student last year who did really well with the Dean's Marketing Award, and she went on to work in a bank. We've got a student who graduated last year, works for Ernst Young, which is one of the top 5 accounting firms. So they would have gone in as a graduate accountant. Yeah. So, but again, you know, both of those students I'm referring to, you know, and this is not to put a damper on it, graduated with a first-class honours degree. You know, industry are looking for students who are really pushing, you know, to get those grades and to be successful. So yes, we do have examples, and you know, graduate outcomes, employability are really important, because at the end of the day, what's the point of coming to university if you're not going to get a job at the end of it? You know, we can't guarantee jobs, but I think all of the activities we put in throughout the, you know, the level 4, 5, and 6, or first, second, and third year, equip students to go for those jobs, to be confident to apply for those jobs. You know, often, you know, I look back historically and I look at jobs and I go, well, should I apply for that? Now, if it was my partner, she may say, actually, I'm not equipped to do that job. But from a male perspective, I'm just going to go for it. And I think that's what we've got to change. We've got to change that attitude where students feel confident that they can actually go for the job. And I think that confidence is, I have a good shot at getting it. It's not just a whim to try, or I'll put an application in. From a male perspective, I'll just put the application in. I think it's more the fact that they feel confident they stand a good chance of getting that. And I think so, certainly, I think, you know, those graduates, and then those graduates come back to us through our alumni. They then come back into the classroom. I used to have a student who would come and talk to the students, who would start off his talk by saying, 10 years ago, I'm sitting where you are now, and currently I have this, and this. And actually, that really resonated with the students, because they're thinking, he's only 10 years older than me, and he's got, or has achieved all of these things. Now, these are the highlights that we all like to talk about, but I do think the opportunity is there for everybody to have that, and to go out and be successful, and to get, you know, I want students to graduate with a sort of an imaginary tool bag, which comes back to, you know, that practical things, those skills that they can sell when they go to an interview and say, actually, this is what I did on my degree. Look what I did for my dissertation. You know, so they can really show employers what they can do, and so they can almost hit the ground running to a certain extent. So I do think that idea of, you know, where they go on to, the fact they come back as alumni and they talk to the students, it's that circle that sort of keeps things going in and makes the whole idea of education quite real, because sometimes students can feel a bit cut off, and I think that engagement really allows them to recognise what they can do, and they're seeing people who look like them as well, and they can relate to that, a bit like the young girls now saying they want to be footballers. They can see those role models, so we're trying to promote that, as are lots of universities. It's just how well we do it and how successful we are doing that.
Okay. So personally, What is the latest developments in your field, and how do you enhance that content into your courses?
Sorry, say that one again.
So, what is your latest development? What are the latest developments in your field?
Okay. I guess to a certain extent, if I look around the business school, we have spent over £300,000 putting in place our digital analytics suite. Now, digital analytics sounds very sexy, and if you put digital analytics against most courses, you're going to get lots of hits, and you're going to get lots of students wanting to do it because people see it as the way forward. So I think it's changing some of our courses to meet industry needs. So those are things. So we've put in the digital analytics suite. We've got our Reuters room, which replicates the stock exchange. We've offered, I think it's called Brand. It's gone straight out of my head, but it's a marketing campaign tool that allows students to replicate undertaking a marketing campaign in the real world, and then collecting that data, that digital analytics element of it, then analysing that data, and then making decisions based on that. So there's some changes. I think, our aviation, we've got an aviation simulation. We don't have a big simulation thing where they sit and try and fly an aeroplane, but it's about trying to give them that experience in terms of what aviation is about. And certainly aviation has expanded quite dramatically, so it's called Aviation and Airport Management, and certainly gives them that experience of managing not just with airlines, but also, there's that big article where we're trying to expand Luton Airport. So the job opportunities there are going to grow exponentially, and also the roles that people will do in airports, not just, in terms of airlines, but other management roles within airports are really significant. So I think all of our courses are changing to try and meet those needs. That's how I can start sort of listing all of these things. But at the end of the day, they are there and they're available for our students to give them a better experience, and make them or equip them to be more employment ready to a certain extent.
Well, lastly,
I feel quite good now.
There are quite, a range of courses available
Yep.
In the business school. So could you kind of just give us a brief overview of the courses you can remember, because I know there are probably a lot. So just a brief overview of those courses.
I guess, one of our easiest ones is we've just put in place a brand new business management course. And business management is one of the big intakes for most universities. So we've put in place the business management, but it comes with some options where after the first year, we can move into digital marketing, data analytics, HRM, finance. But the key to that one is that everybody at the beginning in the first year does a common first year. And often what happens, and I think what students are often worried about, is have they made the right decision? Is this the course for me? So actually what the business management course allows you to do is to start at level 4, but you get to the end of level 4 and you may want to continue on, which is great. Or you may have had a little input of finance or HRM or something during that first year that you think, I want to do business management, but I want to specialize. So they're allowed to move to a different route, pathway, whatever you want to call it, in the second and third year to specialize. So that when they graduate, it will be business management with another option on the end. And I think it's giving them that flexibility is what's really important. So students can, come on board. When I went to university, it didn't make a difference if you swapped courses because it didn't impact financially, let's say. Now it's not that easy. So I think having that flexibility and giving them the support and letting them recognise they have that flexibility is really important in terms of coming to the business school at the University of Bedfordshire. Okay.
Thank you so much, Carl, for your wise input. Don't forget, guys, call 0300 33 00073 for our clearing helpline. And up next is careers and employability. So I'll see you guys soon. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, my name is Taliwa Nashe Eunice Mutizwa. I'm in my final year of my LLB Law with Psychology degree. I chose the University of Bedfordshire firstly because my uncle came here and he really enjoyed his experience at this university. And secondly, it was looking at it, there was a lot of possibilities for students to get work experience within the university. So the fact that they offered a lot of volunteer positions for students, like the law clinic and the refugee legal assistance project, that made it sure that as a student, as much as you might not find jobs outside, the university will always have your back. So whatever you learn in class, the university will be able to offer you a possibility to actually put into practice, and they'll trust in you and teach you as well. Law has been, it's just discovering different types of law, different types of legislation, discovering why they were created, and discovering that law is really just a moving thing, and it's never about reaching perfection, but it's like as a student, while you're doing your assignments and really discovering the little flaws, appreciations, that you're adding to something greater. My favorite unit has been tort law because of my favorite case, Donahue and Stevenson, which is about finding a snail in a bottle. So as much as it can be, oh my gosh, that was disgusting that they found a snail in a bottle, it was also a bit funny. And as my class, we had a joke about it, was like, oops, there's a snail in a bottle. And that made sure that we all remembered the case. And it just made sure that there's certain things in law that might seem really inferior and not that important, but it's very important for people to be in place so that the people are protected from anything that could go wrong. As part of my course, I've worked with Owen Solicitors, which was an opportunity I found out about through the university and the Careers and Employability Services. Okay, so my course has been taught in 3 different ways. We've had lectures, then we've had seminars and workshops. And lectures are normally where we have the lecture presenting. Then the workshops and seminars is when students, we can discuss, place our input. So seminars and workshops are more about the students. The university's lecturers have just been angels sent from heaven for me, especially Chris Dixon, who's our unit coordinator. For me, Chris has always been there. So even in regard law or my other psychology. So if I have a problem, I can go to him to ask for help first, and he will signpost me to the right person. So even if it's something that doesn't directly involve law as a whole, he'll still find a way to help you. I think this course has just helped me to be more confident, because when I started, I really thought, it's law, what if I'm not that confident? So it's going through the presentations, having lecturers who believe in you, but like, okay, try it, it's fine, we'll see how to make it better. So it's just going through people who actually believe you and are accepting that you might fail, but they're still going to help you in a very productive way that won't damage you or force you to track back. And so it's just having lecturers who are willing to help us, allow us to fail, but also teach us the same amount. I really want to be a barrister, so my goal is to get first and become a barrister. The best 2 things has been working with the Refugee Legal Assistance Project. I've met so many brilliant people, and beyond that is also just knowing that you're making a difference in people's lives, because it's actual work. So it's like you really have to focus, and every little thing that you're doing, although it's your free time, this is impacting somebody's greater life, and it's a whole family. And most of all has been the Treehouse. The Treehouse has just been a community where I met other students from different backgrounds, and we've bonded. Like, most of them might have left, graduated, but we still talk right now. So it's just been an experience where you meet people, you get along, and you just feel at home. My advice for prospective students is, even if you think law is not for you, try it. Because it's more than just what people show you in the shows, that it's cutthroat, that you gotta be the best at presenting, the best at debating. You learn these things. It's about getting comfortable, and you allow yourself to get comfortable the way you think is best for you. So it's about just leaning back in and trying new experiences. And once you get to law school, start looking for that experience. No matter where you find it, either volunteering, paid jobs, just get the experience, get it on your CV as much as you can.
Hi everyone, my name is Ming. I'm a second-year student at University of Bedfordshire, and I'm doing advertising, marketing, communications. There are many reasons why I chose University of Bedfordshire. Firstly is I think they offer me lots of different courses, programs, so I can choose. And then secondly, it's probably the location, because it's just, I think 30 minutes away from London, but the living expense is very affordable. The reason why I chose the course that I'm doing is because marketing is one of the fastest growing industries, so there will always be job opportunities when I graduate. And then with marketing, I get a chance to learn how to set budgets for businesses, how to enter the international market, how to find the new target audience, which is, yeah, I think I like it. That's why. For this year, I think my favorite unit is probably creative advertising and writing. I think the name has already said it all. It's about being creative, it's about being original, and I kind of like that because I know that marketing is somehow is about business-related subject, but being more practical. Being more practical is more appealing to me because with other subjects like strategy, innovation, brand management. They are mostly about theory, it's about frameworks, which is a bit boring. For the course that I'm doing in University of Bedfordshire, it combines of both practical and academic knowledge. So I think it's a very good combination when it comes to career after graduating. Like, you are well prepared of what is coming up. The library has been one of the first impressions that I've got with University of Bedfordshire, because it's quite big, it's very modern. I think it's a very ideal place for you to spend your time there with your university work. Tutors, they are very helpful in terms of helping me with my assessments, with any concerns, literally any concerns that I've got. And then, as I mentioned before, the career unit, the employability service, they are very helpful in terms of helping you with your CV, finding the networking opportunities for you after graduating.
Hello, I'm Donna Haskett. I've just completed Human Resources with Law. I chose the University of Bedfordshire purely at the time because it was local to where I was, and after some research it had the course that suited what I really wanted to do, which was the Human Resources with the law element to it. At the beginning of the course I wanted to achieve going into employee relations, which I thought would be an ideal path for me to be able to exceed within ER specialism. However, after a few years of studying the course, I decided that learning and development was the area of specialists that I wanted to go into to be able to really support the growth of people's learning and development within human resources. Ultimately, the reason why I decided to go into studying again was the fact that I never done it when I was younger. Ultimately, I felt that I wanted to do my father proud. When I was due to leave school, I was told that I needed to go to university. You have to go to university, Donna, he told me, you need to do it. I was like, no, I don't. Of course I don't need to do that. That's something that I never need to do. I knew best. I was a typical teenager and I knew best, and I didn't. And I regretted it. For every day of my life, I regretted not going to university. And I decided, why not? I need to do it for myself now, and ultimately that is the reason why I decided to go to university, and I've done it, and it was amazing. I'm hoping that this degree course will open up so many opportunities for me. Within HR and law and HR itself, there are so many different avenues and potential career prospects that you can do within HR itself. And for me, learning and development and people management and everything to do with people progression is my passion, and I've always had such passion around people, succession planning and their career development. Not only my own career development, but the career development of other people. And ultimately, for me to do that would be amazing. So I'm really, really passionate about getting into learning and development. And in fact, I've had 3 offers already. So I cannot be in a better opportunity to get my foot in the door of a fantastic career where I can actually move up the career ladder positively, and it's all thanks to this university and the opportunities that I've been given, not only by my lecturers but my peers, and all the support that I've had along my learning journey, and I couldn't be more thankful and grateful for the experiences that I've had today.
Welcome back, and we are here with Lindsay Rush, and she is from our Careers and Employability team. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, nice
How
to
are
meet
you?
you.
You too.
I'm good.
So I know that you've just recently graduated. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What course did you study?
I studied health and social care.
Okay, so can you tell us about your transition from being a recent graduate to joining the Careers and Employability team?
Yeah, so throughout the whole kind of process of being within the university, I've played lots of kind of active roles. I was a member of the student union. I represented my class, the School of Applied Social Sciences, and the campus that I was based on. So it was really quite good, the support I received from everybody throughout my entire time at university was absolutely amazing. The lecturers, the support staff, the Careers and Employability team, who you can contact at any point, has been absolutely amazing.
That's good. And you just said that you were heavily involved in stuff that was going on in uni while you were a student.
Yeah.
Would you advise that for people coming in just to be active as much as you can?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I obviously, was very active within the student union, within the school. I also work full time, and I'm a single parent. So, but I like to keep busy. But I would say if you can get involved in something, do get involved. It's really a great way of starting new friendships, building relationships with people, and it will help you a long, long way.
Yeah, thank you.
So could you tell us more about professional practice years as part of the courses?
Yes, so my current role is I'm a work placement coordinator with the Careers and Employability team, and we support students that are carrying out work-based learning activities, whether that's an insight day, a shadowing experience, or what they call a professional practice year. So we have lots of students that go out on sandwiches, and we've recently had a young man who has got a placement with Luton Town Football Club, who have just recently been promoted to the Premier League. We've got a student who's returning in September who's been out with Disney, and he worked with the gaming team. and they said he was an absolutely invaluable member of the team. So it's really good to kind of get out, build your employability skills, and gain some experience in the foundation of your degree.
That is absolutely wonderful.
That is. So could you tell us some more about the Handshake Careers platform and Bed's Career Builder?
Yeah, so we've recently introduced Handshake, which is a platform that students and employers can log on to. They can list vacancies. We also have volunteering experiences, insight days. We have the graduate summer program that's run through the Careers and Employability team. And it's really good to learn new skills, be able to search for jobs, whether part-time or full-time once you finish your degree. And the team, the Careers and Employability team, don't just support you through your time at university, but we also support you afterwards as a member of our alumni. The new one, Bed's Career Builder, is really great. It's launching the replacement of the Career Development Awards, the CV Builder, Interview 360. So your students will be able to log on and do a virtual interview. They'll be able to look at possible interview questions, learn how to build their CV, and learn lots of employability soft skills.
That sounds wonderful. So could you tell us about the capstone dissertation project, which might interest some prospective students?
Yeah, this is a good one. So the School of Applied Social Sciences introduced the capstone project last year, and you decide on a project, you work for an employer for 100 hours, and you actually don't write 10,000 words, you hand in a project. So for me, I did a project on taking a company to the Care Quality Commission. So I produced things like policies and procedures, applied for documents, legal documents. So it was really interesting. And actually, we had 6 females that did the project dissertation. There is a podcast on Radio Lab that people can listen to learn more about it. But it's a really great way, if you're not an academic and into research, it's a great way of doing your dissertation.
So what would you say is, aside from obviously one is a project and one is written, what are the main differences between doing a project dissertation versus a written one?
You're actually physically doing something. You're actually involved with, it may be, so we had one girl that was in my group, she went to work for the Youth Justice team. So she was working with young people to try and help them break their habits. And so it's a really kind of worthwhile cause to do, and you can kind of gain some great insights and experiences from doing that. For me, it was an absolutely positive experience. I absolutely love doing that.
Well, that sounds wonderful. Thank you so much for coming in today, Lindsay.
You're welcome.
And I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Don't forget, guys, to ring 0300 33 00 073 or check our website for more clearing information. And up next, it is our psychology subject session. I'll see you guys soon.
Coming back to education as a mature student, I must say it was very, very daunting. And within like a couple of weeks with the lecturers' help, it was easy to see that I'll fit in. The support system at this university is very, very good. And then you've got the lecturers as well that are available mostly 24/7. I feel like the support here at the university is very, very good. I haven't been in school for quite a long time. The study hub has been able to help me with a lot of my writing, my academic writing skills, my referencing. I like the library, which I use quite often because it's 24 hours. The lecturers here help you so much. They support you in everything you do. This is a very good university because they care about everything you do here.
Do you know what? I'm very happy I chose this course because it's given me now an idea where I want to be in the future. The teaching staff are actually really great. They literally help you with everything and they're so supportive. I did want to go to university, but at the same time, I didn't know if it was the best choice for me. When it comes to going through the uni route, you're presented with different ideas and different sort of routes you can take, and it's opened like so many doors for me. So now that I've had first-hand experience with real life patients and everything, I've now prepared myself to what to expect in the real life. From all my 3 years of being in this university, I can happily say that I enjoyed every single moment of it.
I feel like if you want to come to somewhere where you can shine, this is the place for you.
Everyone's really friendly and you just know everyone when you walk around campus.
From all my 3 years of being in this university, I can happily say that I enjoyed every single moment of it.
It's very diverse. You know, I met my kind of people and, you know, it was welcoming.
I feel like the university has really pushed me into finding myself and enabling me to do whatever I want with my future.
So guys, we are back at it. In the clearing conference.
Yeah.
As you can see, they're getting these calls. You know what they say, hotline bling? We call it clearing bling right now because it's very intense. How are you guys all doing? Okay.
Guys, they're here till 8 p.m. answering your calls. So yeah, just make sure you're ringing in. They're here for you. We're here for you. So let's go on a walk.
They will be in the
Let's go.
voices on the other end of your phone.
Yeah.
So I can say, but once we're at it today, I just want to talk about where are we in terms of the university? Where are we? We are right now in the Luton campus, which is where I study and which is where I live during my time of study. And what I love about Luton, it's just the homely feel. I really do feel like home, and it's a very special place, and many special big things have been happening recently, such as Luton promoting to the Premier League, ladies and gentlemen. We are Premier League, which means I can actually see Arsenal in my back doors. And fun fact, our new stadium is literally being built right over there. So in 2026, if you're still in university with us, we get to see history at Luton Town Football Club.
Yeah, our university is also right in the heart of Luton. So if you're ever on a break, we've got the mall literally just across the road. They've got everything in there. If you want to go shopping, go shopping. If you want to eat, you can eat. So yeah, it's got everything here.
I do like St George's Square as well. I love a great place to hang out, a little Costa on the side, and even far down we've got Wardown Park, which is one of my favourite places. Wardown Park, absolutely stunning. So is Stockwood Park, but it's a bit further up.
Right, let's go. Yeah. Let's keep walking.
Let's keep walking. What's right? What's to say about the postgraduate building?
It's really pretty though.
It
the
really is.
postgraduate building.
Isn't it a really futuristic feel?
It is. We've got a lot of really nice places in here, but yeah.
That's it for now. There you guys. And I'll see you guys at psychology.
Coming back to education as a mature student, I must say it was very, very daunting. And within like a couple of weeks with the lecturer's help, it was easy to see that I'll fit in. The support system at this university is very, very good. And then you've got the lecturers as well that are available mostly 24/7. I feel like the support here at the university is very, very good. I haven't been in school for quite a long time. The study hub has been able to help me with a lot of my writing, my academic writing skills, my referencing. I like the library, which I use quite often because it's 24 hours. The lecturers here help you so much. They support you in everything you do. This is a very good university because they care about everything you do here.
Hi, my name is Holy and welcome to Breakfast in Beds. Hello everyone and welcome to Breakfast in Beds. I am Holy and today we've got two sets of teams. We'll be making some nutritious meals. So let's start with the green team. What will you guys be making today?
So today we will be making a student classic if you are going to be a student at a university. So firstly we have cornflakes and our second ingredient is semi-skimmed milk.
Well, what can I say? A gourmet breakfast soup, the cereal. Do love my fair bit of cereal. Let's switch over to the red team. What will you guys be making today?
We are going to be making the classic scrambled eggs with two ingredients. We have eggs and some butter.
What can I say? Something so simple yet so fulfilling. My favorite type of egg. So, teams, are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Ready, steady, cook.
We do this cereal first.
Well, guys, it looks like you are practically done, basically. So, how is your cereal going?
Good, just got to add the milk. We thought cereal first, because that's how you're supposed to do it.
Literally, 100%. So, whilst we're at it, I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you need to download a recipe, but do not have a computer, well, what would you might do?
I would probably go to the library, because they have computers there, and download it off a computer.
I mean, fair enough, that is perfect. But did you know that our Bedford and Luton campuses have a laptop loan scheme, so you could borrow a laptop at any time to help you with your work?
No, but that seems very useful for people that can't afford a laptop, so that's
perfect. So if you're also running late one morning and you need a quick bite to eat, where can you get yourself a cheap breakfast?
Well, I'd probably go somewhere on campus. There's a lot of catering options there.
Well, that's perfect. Did you know that in one of our campus restaurants you can get a full nutritional meal for only £4.10? Literally perfect.
I didn't, but that's great for students.
Literally great. So let's switch over to the red team. So guys, how are your omelettes doing?
We're getting there.
Lovely, lovely, whisking away, the butter frying. Oh, I can smell it. It's utterly buttery, isn't it? So, guys, are you guys worried about the increasing rent prices here?
Definitely. My rent has increased quite a dramatic amount since I first started uni.
Well, there's no need to worry because in our on-campus villages, did you know that we only have a 5% camp, whereas an average is only around 9%?
Wow, that's impressive.
So in these challenging times, when you're facing some financial issues, do you know where you could get some help?
No, I'm not too sure.
Well, did you know that we actually have a hardship fund for all students facing financial difficulties? UK, international, undergraduate, postgraduate, we're here to help you no matter what.
That's really helpful, thanks.
No worries. And let's switch over one more time to the green team. So guys, have you ever heard of the Hunger Lunch?
No, I haven't. What's that?
Well, the Treehouse in Luton are offering a £1 lunch meal one day every week to support students during the cost of living crisis. These offers are on different days each week to give all the students the opportunity to take it up.
Wow, that's unbelievable. That's really good for us students.
It really is. And let's go back one more time to the red team. So you've eaten all this food. As you can see, you're making your omelette. And you want to do your fair bit of exercise. Where would you go to have your fair bit of exercise?
I actually heard there's a gym on campus, but I'm not too sure about the prices.
Well, there's no need to worry because the gym is now free. Our on-campus gym is now actually free. And also we have many Get Active schemes. For me, I like to do my fair bit of five-a-side twice a week. So it's a really
That sounds
fun
really
enjoy.
good. I'll look that up, thanks.
It really is to enjoy. You guys excited for the taste test, the rating?
Yeah, we think you're really going to like it. We think it's going to be better than their scrambled eggs. We spilled some milk a bit, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to taste that milk.
Fair enough. I've got a quick question for you guys.
Go on.
Are you milk first or cereal first?
Cereal. It's the only way to go.
And you know what they say, slow and steady wins the race. How is your eggs doing?
It's getting there, and I bet it's going to taste much better than the cereal.
Oh, I love a bit of fighting talk right now. I love it.
All done.
Well. It looks like our two sets of teams are practically done. How are you guys feeling about your egg?
I think we've got a winner here.
Oh, I'm loving the confidence. Okay, teams, it's now over. present me your dishes. Oh, okay, okay. We've got red team's famous scrambled eggs and green team's simple breakfast cereal. Enough of the rating, enough of the looks. It's now time for the taste test. Let's start with the scrambled egg. Just gonna have a bit of that, nip it in the bud. Bon appetit. Oh, I mean, simple yet so fulfilling. That was amazing. Immaculate scrambled egg. I feel like we've had a Michelin star restaurant in Luton.
Wow.
That was absolutely amazing. I'd give that a solid 8 out of 10, really.
Thank you.
And now it's time for the green team's famous breakfast cereal. Cornflakes, what could go wrong, guys? What could go wrong? I like to get the crispy parts, so I want to get to the top. Really reminds me of my primary school days. Just pure nostalgia right now, you know what I mean? Right, okay guys, it is time to announce the winner of Breakfast and Beds. And the winner of Breakfast Beds has to be Red Team's famous scrambled eggs.
Thank you.
No problem. Guys, I'd like to say thank you so much for watching Breakfast in Beds. I've been Holy, and these two have been our wonderful chefs. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our clearing live stream. So today we have got Joseph Adonu from the School of Psychology. How are you, Joseph? I can't seem to hear you. How are you? Oh, I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you. So could you tell us the variety of courses that are available to study at your school? We seem to be having a bit of a technical difficulty with Joseph. I'm really sorry about that, Joseph. Apparently, people can't hear you. We can't hear us. We'll be back later. I'll see you guys soon. Sorry about that, guys.
my name is Sophie Caffrey and I'm a final year electronic engineering student. I've been studying my electronic engineering degree part-time alongside working at a defence company. When I did my first few years, I studied just for 1 day a week and worked 4 days a week, and in my final year, I have studied 3 days a week and worked 2 days a week. Prior to starting my degree, I'd achieved a BTEC in electrical and electronic engineering as part of my apprenticeship with my company. In my day job, I design PCBs, so it would really benefit my work to have that further understanding of electronics. That's why my company sponsored my degree. I specifically chose Bedfordshire University because they're very accommodating to part-time study, which was important because I could take 1 day off work and go to university, whereas other universities were a bit more spread out and which didn't really suit me. The modules specific to this electronics engineering course were specialist enough to what I wanted to learn, and also had a wide range of other engineering skill sets which will be applicable in the future. The electronic engineering course offers a good balance of circuit design and analysis, which you need for electronic design, but also kind of software development, so you get a good range of skills. The facilities at Bedfordshire are great for engineering. They have a dedicated STEM building which has a range of workshops and equipment such as 3D printers and soldering irons, etc. And also the library is really great. Completing a degree in electronic engineering opens up a wide range of opportunities for students. Engineering and electronics is so widely applicable to everyday life, and there's a huge skills gap in engineering, so engineers are really desirable as employers. Currently my role is a hardware technician, but having the degree will mean that I can become an electronic engineer when I return to work. The kind of student who would enjoy this course is someone who really likes learning, because in electronics you can dive right down into the kind of almost chemistry of how components work, all the way through to the bigger systems approach of how your circuit integrates into that wider system. My favourite thing about the course is that it has provided me with the skills and knowledge to design a printed circuit board from scratch. So my final year project is actually a circuit that I designed myself. If I were to describe Bedfordshire University in 2 words, the first would be convenient. It's very commutable from my home to work and to London. I would also describe it as diverse. There's students from a wide range of backgrounds, so often when you're working in a group, you'll be working with students from a range of different cultures. Within the engineering faculty, there's lots of female engineering mentors and lecturers, so you're surrounded by those role models every day. On the course there's a range of different assessment types, so there's the more practical assessments to more written kind of essay-based assessments, as well as exams. The engineering department has organised various trips to different companies, so I've been along to them and you can kind of see what the companies do and see their working environment and get a bit more of a picture of what you could do when you leave. The lecturers on my course have been really supportive, and my supervisor especially has been so reassuring, so supportive throughout my final year of study, and I really appreciate it. My advice for future electronic engineering students would be, before you start your course and during your course, make sure you're brushing up on your maths and keeping those skills fresh, and when you're on your course, don't leave everything to the last minute.
And we are back with Ed Braun from the School of Computer and Technology. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, nice to see you both. Yes, really good. Yes, exciting time to be here, I think.
So, could you tell us about the variety of courses that's available to study in?
As just said, I'm the head of the School of Computer Science and Technology, which actually offers a really wide range of programs at the university. So we have undergraduate programs in construction management, mechanical engineering, automotive engineering, computer science, computer networking, and games development. And actually, what's really nice about the school, from my perspective, is that it kind of brings together subjects that are amongst the most kind of relevant in today's society, if you like. So they're subjects that are having an impact and influencing pretty much everything that we're seeing in society, and they're crucial to solving some of the big challenging questions of our time. You know, everything is digital now. You know, we're dealing with things that, you know, like the recent ChatGPT, you know, all of that is computing technology, computing focused, you know, the looking at sustainable energy sources and sustainable building practices. So all of those things are kind of encapsulated in the school. So it's a really lovely school to lead here at the university. And it's full of staff that are really dedicated to that. They really understand the value of their subject. So when students come and study with us, it's all about how do you, it's not just sitting and kind of listening to these lectures in this very passive kind of learning experience. It's much more practical and hands-on. You get to learn the theory, but you also get to know how to apply it. And like I said, these are the subjects that are really crucial to solving some of the challenging problems that we have today.
Cool. So you kind of touched on that practical element. What exactly does that entail? Can you go into more detail?
Yeah. So what it means is, so for example, if you're working on, if you're learning a concept, let's say a piece of theory in computing or mechanical engineering or automotive engineering, it's about sitting down and understanding that skill, those concepts, that theory, and then quite quickly going and putting that into practice. So you understand how that theory works in the real world. So it's what we call in education experiential process. So it's the idea that you get the theory and then you learn how the theory works by putting it into practice quite quickly afterwards. So for example, on computing, you get a range of lectures, but those are accompanied by practical sessions where you're taking those skills and you're really getting to grips with it. And that's really important. You know, employers nowadays, especially in the technology subjects, are not just interested in people who understand those theories and have all of that knowledge. They want that, but they want people who have experience of applying it. You know, they want people that can hit the ground running in those subjects. So when you come and study with us, it's about your degree certificate, which is really important, the skills and theory and knowledge that comes, but also you build up a portfolio of practical work that can evidence you using those skills, if you like. So if you're sat in that interview once you graduate and someone says, oh, okay, can you talk me through how you might have applied this? You can say, oh, on this project that I could show you, that I could submit as a portfolio, you know, I've done this work, and you can see how I kind of deployed those skills to a real world problem.
So what are the industry links to the course? So where does it get you in the industry?
So I think one of the things that this university in particular are really good at, and the school is hugely focused on, is not being kind of an ivory tower, if you like, that kind of traditional idea of a university being this ivory tower of knowledge where, you know, it's very elitist. What we have here is a really good open ecosystem, which is where we work with industry partners. So we understand their needs, we understand the needs of society, and we embed that into our curriculum. So, you know, that makes sure that our programs are meeting the skills need of industry, and also that we're developing graduates that have resilience to adapt to disruptive futures. You know, that, for example, when the ChatGPT came out, there was a big ripple across all of these industries, wasn't there, around ethics, around the use of it, for even for things in universities, you know, around students using it for assignments and things like that. And it's about preparing our students to be able to adjust dynamically to those by understanding that those are things that are happening in industry. Those are the big things that are happening. We work with our industry partners. So, for example, we've got a good collaboration on our computing program with the British Computing Society, which credit our courses, which means we have all of the industry information coming in through there. We have lecturing teams and academic staff who, for example, on our automotive engineering, we have a guy called Rex Keane, who was a previous race engineer and did motorsports, and he's got a lot of industry connections and brings all of that into the programs. So what we want to do and what we do is we work really closely with industry to understand the needs of society, the direction of industry, and we bring that back into our programs. And of course, in doing that, we give students the skills they need for the future of work, but we also have the opportunity to understand industry needs, and we integrate that into our research as academics. So we can bring new knowledge forward that's actually really relevant to industry to support them in solving their problems, and we can embed that into our education as well, because we've got research-led programs here, and that means the programs are as cutting edge.
And what sort of facilities can you offer for students?
Well, we're really lucky that the university, over the past 5 years or so, have invested heavily in our programs. We've got a brand new STEM centre that opened in 2019, so it's been open a few years, but it's got cutting edge kind of computing labs, an automotive engineering laboratory where you can go in and see engines being stripped down and rebuilt. It's even got a Dalek in there. That's a kind of feature of the lab down there, and everyone kind of goes past and point at that one. We have brand new computing labs in there, a VR suite, of course. So VR is obviously a disruptive technology that's really gaining traction now, and AR technologies. With the recent kind of Apple launch event, you saw the Vision Pro come out, and all of these types of things. Again, really important to understand where society's heading, and that we embed those. We've got facilities to ensure that we're catering for that. So yeah, we're really lucky to have a suite of laboratories that are new, and we're always reviewing what we have and the technical requirements of industry, and making sure that students are learning on industry standard equipment. So again, it's about making sure they have the skills and expertise they need to exit and hit the ground running in their future career.
But do you have any advice to students that are looking to apply through clearing?
Yes, I think I always think clearing is about being selfish. Make sure that you're selfish about what's right for you. Take the time to look at universities carefully. Look at the programs, talk to the lecturing teams. Right? I always think that you've got to engage with these teams for the next 3 to 4 years of your life. Make sure you're comfortable with them. Make sure the type of program, the learning style fits you well. We have a really big drive for pastoral care here. If you come here, we want to make sure that we get to know our students as individuals. You're not just a number, and we understand your needs, and we try and tailor your experience to get you to where you want to get to. So I'd say take the time to speak to the teaching teams, get to know them a little bit, be a bit selfish. It's all about you here, and making sure that you're choosing the right university that suits your learning style, and also has the right facilities, and is likely to springboard you into the work.
So how do you personally stay connected to the latest development of the industry? How do you enhance the content into your curriculum?
So I think developing programs and curriculum or curricula is never a finish. It's never a start and a finish point. It's an ongoing process. And I think going back to that idea I spoke about having a productive ecosystem with industry is so important. Okay, so it's about making sure that we're working with industry partners, that we're civically focused as a university. So partners are coming to us to work on projects, and bringing problems to us that we might be able to help solve. And through that, we can understand, okay, what do our students need to know to be able to work in these industries? And then we can update our programs to make sure we're integrating those skills and those requirements into it. And it's about meeting the skills demand. But I think what's really crucial, especially, but actually across the board, is that students on their programs learn how to be really adult and almost high workers. So it's not just about knowing everything and then that's it. It's about being lifelong learners, really. So we make sure that our programs set students up so that they're able to engage in lifelong learning. So if there's a problem presented to them and they don't know the answer, they have the skills and the abilities to think of new answers or to find the information, so they're able to adapt to disruptive futures and not just kind of become obsolete, if you like, when things move on. So I think that there's a couple of things there. It's about making sure the program is up to date in its content from working with industry and understanding industry's needs, and also our research is really important in that, because we're pushing forward the boundaries and we want to put that into our program so they're as cutting edge as possible. But also ensuring there is a really good thread throughout our degrees that makes sure that our students are able to be resilient, adaptable individuals that can kind of be lifelong learners.
Well, thank you so much, Ed, for coming in this morning. I hope everyone had a good day. Up next is sports, and I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you so much, Ed.
No worries, thank you very much.
My name's Dr. James Bishop and I'm the course leader for the construction management courses here at the university. So we're currently running the foundation degree in construction management, so if you want to do that part-time, that's a 3-year course, or you can do it full-time over 2 years. And we're also offering a top-up degree in construction management as well, which again you can do part-time for a couple of years, or you can do full-time in 1 year. The way we've designed the courses is very much around industry and industry-ready students. That's the focus of our course. I'm on site here today visiting Jade, one of our students who's on placement, and she's been offered a job on this project as well. And it's about getting students like Jade ready for industry, so that when they're progressing through the course, when they have opportunities like this to come onto site, that they're able to slot in, fit in as part of the team, collaborate on the project and hit the ground running. And that's what these courses are all about. We've set up the courses again to mirror the needs from industry. So a lot of the assessments that we've set up and the structure for assessments is very much based around mixed modes. So you'll do some assessments that are based on presentations, you'll do some assignments that are based on written reports and portfolios, and some coursework that's based around group work. And again, this is mirroring what's required in industry. In industry, you're going to need to submit concise, clear, technical reports, portfolios. You might need to present to clients, to the supply chain, to your colleagues. So this is all about, again, gearing you up for industry, getting you ready for what you're going to face when you get on site, when you're on your live projects. As I said, we're very much integrated with the needs of industry, and we like to bring industry in on the courses as well. So I think over the last 3 years we've done something like 20 site visits. So these have been to lots of different projects, ranging from around 20 million in value right up to the mega projects in the £1 billion region. We've also had something like 20 guest speakers in that time. Just in the last year, I think we've had 9 guest seminar sessions for the students as part of the curriculum, delivered by industry experts. So the course is all about industry. All of the teaching team, we all have industry backgrounds. We know what's needed in industry, and it's about preparing you for that. Having said that as well, we all bring research elements into the teaching as well, into the curriculum, and it's about staying at the forefront of what's cutting edge in the industry, giving you access to the knowledge, the skills from industry that are going to reflect those cutting edge developments, and again help you to enjoy the course, but also to get the most out of it in terms of what's demanded from industry.
Hello, my name's Jade. I am a student at the University of Bedfordshire studying a foundation degree in construction management, which I've just graduated from, and following on to the construction management top-up course. On the course, I studied in my first year surveying, and in my second year I went on to building technology, learning the different elements of the building, a lot of building regulations and safety. We visited lots of sites, one of them being this one that we're on now in Luton. This is the Luton project with JJ Rattigan. It has got 401 apartments. It has got a gym area, a marketing suite, and there will be some commercial units downstairs on the lower ground floor. This project has been going on for about 4 years now, and it should be coming to an end in a couple of months. We visited here when the foundations were being done, which is something that we looked at on the course, and now we're sort of 4 years down the line, and the project's coming to an end, which is the one that I'm working on at the minute. So the company JJ Rattigan approached the university looking for some students, and I was put forward by my lecturer, and I came on a summer placement for 2 months with the company, and at the end of that 2 months they offered me a job on one of their other projects that I will be moving on to. So at the moment I am an assistant site manager on this project. I've worked with the client and within the apartments and the snagging process. So with this, I would hope to move on to become a site manager in the future. So for anyone who is looking to get into construction management, I didn't have any experience originally within construction. This was something that I learned on my 2 years on the course. We study a range of different units to understand the different elements that are involved in a construction project, from building the foundations to the internal components to any of the health and safety. So I think this is a great course for anyone who wants to get into construction to study.
Good morning or good afternoon, not sure yet, but we are back at it with the 360 VR, but this time at the Bedford campus. So let's take a little tour around the Bedford campus for those who want to come in there. So, we are now going to head off to the Bedford campus. We start at the gateway.
Yeah,
Famous gateway.
famous gateway. I think inside it's got a lovely social space. We love a bit of social space.
We
you know,
do.
Somewhere to sit down, just talk. As you can see, you've got your little hubs, your pods, your tables.
It's just
nice.
And now up next, we have got the sports science lab. So I assume that's where the sciencey sports stuff happens. Look at my man.
Really working hard.
As he should. And now
we've got the library. Massive library.
It's a massive library.
Very big and spacious library.
I can imagine myself doing some studying there.
Yeah, you've got endless study space there. If you want to work alone, if you want to work with a group, it's absolutely fine. Plenty of facilities there also.
Amazing.
It's beautiful, yeah.
And now up next, we have got the sports therapy suite.
Yeah, again, more practical facilities, stuff for you to literally get your hands on.
Things for like physiotherapy students, and all that stuff, which I love. And now we've got the gym itself. Look, all of them working hard. I bet it's leg day for them. Or it's chest day.
No, it's not leg day.
It's chest day for them. As you can see, he's doing some deadlifts.
Wow, look at that.
Jeez. Immaculate strength.
And the dance studio. It's really cool, spacious.
Love it. Reminds me of
Very
the next
spacious.
step. I used to watch that show as a kid.
It's a good show.
Love that show. And look at those moves like there. Amazing choreography. And now we've got the theatre.
We love that. Performing arts.
Performing
we
arts.
love it.
Cannot wait to do that.
Looks
Very
big,
much.
looks airy.
Really.
Spacious.
Imagine the next, let's say, Mamma Mia taking place there. And now the primary school suite.
Yeah, it's nice. It's like a nice, you know how we have the simulation of the nursing? It's like, it's nice.
Where our future primary school teachers are being created here. It's amazing. And now we've got the sports suite.
Yeah.
Cheeky bit
Pitch,
of footy.
yeah.
We do love that, my favourite sport. And now we've got the other part of the gym. As you can see, that is leg day this time.
Yeah, that's leg day. That's hardcore leg day.
And now we've got more of the sports suites, this time with basketball. Can they get it in? Ooh, just hit the rim.
And then we're back. Yeah.
Full 360 moment right there. But yeah, that is the 360 tour of the Bedford campus. Feel free to check it out, guys, whenever you come in through clearing. As I'll see you guys soon. And up next, we've got sports. Good afternoon, everyone. And we are with Martin Morris from the School of Sports, Science and Physical Activity. How are you, Martin?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see everyone. It's been a good morning so far.
So, could you tell us the variety of courses that are available within your school?
Yeah, so we have a range of courses, both BA and BSc. Some focus towards coaching. So we have sport coaching and development that we officially partner with the Blues Foundation. So really about engaging with communities, getting people engaged in physical activity from that perspective. We also have sport and PE. Perhaps for those thinking about a career in physical education, but maybe don't want to do the PE QTS right now, or just learn more about sport and physical education, so much a broader degree that can lead on to a variety of pathways. We also have more kind of sports science focused courses. So we have sport and exercise science, sport coaching science, and strength and conditioning. And they're actually clustered together, and they have a common first year. So quite often students that come into those aren't quite sure which route they're going to take. And I think having a common first year allows people to have a bit of a flavour of those areas and perhaps then make a decision as to which way they want to go at the end of their first year. So offering some good flexibility there. And we also have a sports therapy and rehabilitation and a clinical exercise therapy degree. So perhaps those that perhaps again don't necessarily want to do physiotherapy and be more related like in the sporting world. So again, they're all accredited as well. So it allows people to get accreditation to become a practitioner after leaving with us. And then finally, we have a football portfolio, which is focused on coaching or business. So there's a lot of interest around football business currently in terms of being a football agent or the running of a football club. And that was obviously a good link with Luton Town as well. So quite an array of courses in our undergrad portfolio, but hopefully something for everyone. Sorry, you're on mute, I think. Sorry, I couldn't hear you on that one.
Does the course have any links to the industry, both in the duration of study and after study?
Yeah, no, great question. So we place a really big emphasis on making sure our students are graduate ready, to work with industry. So we embed that within our courses. So we work very closely with Luton Town, for example. So people may well have seen some of the recent reports at the end of last season. One of our PhD students, Jake Scott, was working with them and now works full-time with them within the sports science department. So he's continued onto that. So you might have seen images of him on the Wembley pitch at the playoff final. We've had long links with Luton Town, again, across our courses where students have done placements, but then also gone on to work in the various departments across the club, but also across an array of different sports. So in terms of rugby, athletics, rowing, are all strong sports where we engage students with opportunities whilst they're with us, and then have gone on to do further aspects within that. And cricket is also a big one for us, and have lots of alumni that are working in the local region, which again engages students into that. We place a real emphasis on that. And that's very much external, but from an internal perspective as well, we have our own outward, so externally focused human performance unit, which again, so athletes and teams come in for testing, which again we engage. We run that as a consultancy service, but students again get the opportunity to work with athletes, get that hands-on experience. We've got it going on campus this morning. We also have a community exercise clinic, so we work with a lot of local groups. It could be people recovering from strokes and neurological populations, cancer, diabetes. And they come on and they're actually sessions are led by our students. So again, giving them the experience to really get the hands-on experience so they're ready to go into the graduate world. And likewise, on our therapy side, we have a sport rehabilitation clinic. Again, that's open to the universities. It's run by our students. They have to get over 400 clinic hours throughout their time with us. So they really get hands-on experience. We have Beds Police, we have Beds Council, we have lots of sports teams, a whole array of people that come into there to, again, to make sure our students are kind of graduate ready. So we put a real emphasis on that in terms of industry focused.
So are there any options to study with a foundation year in this course?
Yeah, so the majority of our courses also have a foundation year route. So yeah, across the ones I mentioned earlier. The only one that currently doesn't is the sports therapy and rehabilitation, currently due to the accreditation route. But all of our courses offer that route as a kind of an access into higher education. But there's a strong link. I don't see it as separate to our other courses. They're fully embedded in terms of their discipline within the courses that are running here. So that's a really good route into our university, if that's the route that people want to take.
Well, how do you stay connected and up to date with the developments that are going on in your field, and how do you incorporate these into the course?
Yeah, no, great question. So yeah, a lot of the staff are very much research and consultancy active within the School of Sports Science and Physical Activity. So again, in terms of leading the way, in terms of some of the cutting edge research, whether that be in kind of pedagogy, in terms of engaging children into sport and physical education, whether that be through to optimizing training in elite athletes. So again, all of that work then feeds into our programs, both for undergrad and postgraduate. And also just this weekend, so our principal lecturer, Ian Fletcher, is presenting at the United Kingdom Strength and Conditioning Association conference. So a lot of our staff are off around at different conferences, again, presenting their work, and a lot of leaders in their respective fields as well. So they're all engaged in delivering that kind of content to our students. So being fully engaged in the undergrad and postgraduate programs.
Well, thank you so much, Martin. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Up next will be the BEDS Student Union session. Thank you so much, Martin.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys.
So my name is Shamir Khan, and the course that I do is sports rehab therapy. I think the experience and the sort of variety of different things that we've done in the course are probably the best aspects. I think one would be our clinic. So with our clinic, it's a massage clinic. We have like different people coming in to get a massage, or if they have injuries, they want to sort of get a rehab, or just anything they're sort of worried about, we sort of help them. And not only does it help us with getting more experience of working with different clients, it also helps the community as well, because it's not just university based, not internal, it's external as well. So anyone can come in just to get a free checkup, free massage, just anything that bothers them, we can sort of do our best to sort of help them. The literature part. So obviously there's a lot of literature behind doing research, and obviously the anatomy, and obviously there's so many different things that people say about, let's say, doing certain techniques and for when it comes to mobilizing and manipulating body parts. And obviously with anatomy, with your body and that being so complicated, there's so many things you have to do to sort of achieve what you want. And I think the literature part was a bit of a struggle, because there's so many things to write and read. I think that was a big challenge for me, and I did struggle with that a lot as well. But I think the more I practiced, was sort of, I knew that it will help me get to where I want to be. I think all that practice led to me for, I could get into the university if I keep on doing it. What I found unique was just everything really, just the experience, the social aspect, what the university provides for us, and the library. The library is pretty sick. especially with it being 24/7 as well. And you do get some of us that like to spend a lot of the times in the library, and I have done a few all-nighters, spending a lot of my time doing my deadlines, trying to get all of it done on time and everything. But the equipment there as well is just amazing. It's got everything you need, all the books, all the information needed as well, and it's got sleeping pods. So, you know, can't miss out on the sleeping pod. But overall, it's just the experience, really. I think I've never really had that sort of freedom to actually go around, try out different things. And I think the university provided that for me, and I really enjoyed it.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jeffrey Aldous. I'm a Senior Lecturer in Exercise Physiology and I'm the Course Coordinator for BSc Sport and Exercise Science. The students should study at the University of Bedfordshire because we have a legacy of teaching sport and physical education for the last 90 years. Our sport and exercise science labs are state of the art. We have 8 laboratories and within those we have an environmental chamber, we have ultrasound, we have DEXA scanners and we also have 3D motion capture. As well as excellent lab facilities, we also want to prepare students to work with people. We have our community exercise clinic, which is run by staff and supported by students. Within the community exercise clinic, we're providing students the opportunity to work with people with a variety of health concerns, whether that's cardiovascular disease, whether that's people with MS or dementia. We also want students to not just work with individuals within a health setting, but also in elite sport and sport performance. And subsequently have students that are currently doing internships with football clubs such as Luton Town Football Club and also MK Dons. Sport and exercise science is a really varied course. You'll get to learn about all of the different strands that are involved in sport and exercise science, whether that's physiology, psychology, biomechanics, etc. So this type of course is suitable for students that want to work in sport but are not entirely sure which is their area of specialism. And by finishing this course, then they'll hopefully find that area of specialism that really interests them to move on to into a career or further study. Highlights of Sport and Exercise Science is that this course is in partnership with CIMSPA, the Chartered Institute of Management and Sport and Physical Activity. So students will have the opportunity to obtain their gym instructor qualification and also their qualification to work with people with long-term conditions. As well as that, this course is also accredited by BASES, so the British Association for Sport and Exercise Science. So again, students will have the opportunity to be involved in some of the BASES webinars, BASES courses that are run alongside their degree, which are run externally. So it gives them an opportunity to get a full oversight of sport and exercise science. So alongside our state-of-the-art sport and exercise science labs, we also have our gym. We've got our main gym, but we also have a couple of other gyms based on campus as well, where students will have the opportunities to work with athletes, but also those with long-term health conditions as part of the community exercise clinic. As well as that, we also have our sports hall, which is used for a variety of practicals, such as biomechanics practicals, but also used as well for the Wednesday sports, including futsal and netball and basketball. We also have the Gateway building. So the Gateway building is an excellent social space for students to mix, but it's also got our performance analysis suite as well on the second floor. So students that may do any performance analysis will have the opportunity to utilise the equipment we have there. What I really like about the University of Bedfordshire is it's a small campus, and a small campus full of friendly people, and whether that's staff or students, everyone seems to get on well. The class numbers are relatively small, so that provides me as a lecturer an opportunity to understand and know every student. So I know all the students' names and I'm able to support them both academically and pastorally as best as I can to ensure they get the best degree possible. Following the completion of sport and exercise science, there's a variety of different career opportunities that students can move into. Students could go and complete a PGCE, so they become a PE teacher or even a science or maths teacher. As well as that, students might want to go on to do further study. So we have opportunities for students to do master's degrees in clinical exercise physiology or maybe physical activity and nutrition and behaviour change. As well as that, we also have students that may just want to go straight into employment. So employment opportunities in health and fitness, whether that's as well elite sport. So students have in the past have moved on to go and work in professional football, professional rugby, cricket. There's lots of different opportunities that students can move into. So the alumni are really important to this course because as technology, as professions and careers develop, it's important that we know what students are going into and what they're moving into as well. So we want to make sure that we keep our curriculum as up to date as possible so that we know we're preparing every student for that career that they want to go into.
Do you know what? I'm very happy I chose this course because it's given me now an idea where I want to be in the future. The teaching staff are actually really great. They literally help you with everything and they're so supportive. I did want to go to university, but at the same time, I didn't know if it was the best choice for me. When it comes to going through the uni route, you're presented with different ideas and different sort of routes you can take, and it's opened like so many doors for me. So now that I've had first-hand experience with real life patients and everything, I've now prepared myself to what to expect in the real life. From all my 3 years of being in this university, I can happily say that I enjoyed every single moment of it.
I feel like if you wanted to come to somewhere where you can shine, this is the place for you.
Everyone's really friendly and you just know everyone when you walk around campus.
From all my 3 years of being in this university, I can happily say that I enjoyed every single moment of it.
It's very diverse. You know, I met my kind of people and, you know, it was welcoming.
I feel like the university has really, really pushed me into finding myself and enabling me to do whatever I want with my future.
Hi, my name's Hody and welcome to Breakfast in Beds. Hello everyone and welcome to Breakfast in Beds. I am Holy and today we've got two settled teams. We'll be making some nutritious meals. So let's start with the green team. What will you guys be making today?
So today we will be making a student classic if you are going to be a student at a university. So firstly we have cornflakes and our second ingredient is semi-skimmed milk.
Well, what can I say? A gourmet breakfast soup, the cereal. Do love my fair bit of cereal. Let's switch over to the red team. What will you guys be making today?
We are going to be making the classic scrambled eggs with two ingredients. We have eggs and some butter.
What can I say? Something so simple yet so fulfilling. My favorite type of egg. So, teams, are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Ready, steady, cook.
Do the cereal first.
Well, guys, it looks like you are practically done, basically. So, how is your cereal going?
Good, just got to add the milk. We thought cereal first, because that's how you're supposed to do it.
Literally, 100%. So, whilst we're at it, I want to ask you a few questions. If you need to download a recipe, but do not have a computer, well, what would you might do?
I would probably go to the library, because they have computers there, and download it off a computer.
I mean, fair enough, that is perfect. But did you know that our Bedford and Luton campuses have a laptop loan scheme, so you could borrow a laptop at any time to help you with your work?
No, but that seems very useful for people that can't afford a laptop, so that's great.
Perfect. So if you're also running late one morning and you need a quick bite to eat, where can you get yourself a cheap breakfast?
Well, I'd probably go somewhere on campus. There's a lot of catering options there.
Well, that's perfect. Did you know that in one of our campus restaurants, you can get a full nutritional meal for only £4.10? Literally perfect.
I didn't, but that's great for students.
Literally great. So let's switch over to the red team. So guys, how are your omelettes doing?
We're getting there.
Lovely, lovely, whisking away, the butter frying. Oh, I can smell it. It's utterly buttery, isn't it? So, guys, are you guys worried about the increasing rent prices here?
Definitely. My rent has increased quite a dramatic amount since I first started uni.
Well, there's no need to worry because in our on-campus villages, did you know that we only have a 5% camp, whereas an average is only around 9%?
Wow, that's impressive.
So in these challenging times, when you're facing some financial issues, do you know where you could get some help?
No, I'm not too sure.
Well, did you know that we actually have a hardship fund for all students facing financial difficulties? UK, international, undergraduate, postgraduate, we're here to help you no matter what.
That's really helpful, thanks.
No worries. And let's switch over one more time to the green team. So guys, have you ever heard of the Hunger Lunch?
No, I haven't. What's that?
Well, the Treehouse in Luton are offering a £1 lunch meal one day every week to support students during the cost of living crisis. These offers are on different days each week to give all the students the opportunity to take it up.
Wow, that's unbelievable. That's really good for us students.
It really is. And let's go back one more time to the red team. So you've eaten all this food. As you can see, you're making your omelette. And you want to do your fair bit of exercise. Where would you go to have your fair bit of exercise?
I actually heard there's a gym on campus, but I'm not too sure about the prices.
Well, there's no need to worry because the gym is now free. Our on-campus gym is now actually free. And also, we have many Get Active schemes. For me, I like to do my fair bit of five-a-side twice a week. So it's a really
That sounds
fun
really
enjoy.
good. I'll look that up, thanks.
It really is to enjoy. You guys excited for the taste test, the rating?
Yeah, we think you're really going to like it. We think it's going to be better than their scrambled eggs. We spilled some milk a bit, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to taste that milk.
Fair enough. Got a quick question for you guys.
Go on.
Are you milk first or cereal first?
Cereal. It's the only way to go.
And you know what they say, slow and steady wins the race. How is your eggs doing?
It's getting there, and I bet it's going to taste much better than the cereal.
Oh, I love a bit of fighting talk right now. I love it.
All done.
Well. It looks like our two sets of teams are practically done. How are you guys feeling about your egg?
I think we've got a winner here.
Oh, I'm loving the confidence. Okay, teams, it's now over. Present me your dishes. Oh, okay. We've got red team's famous scrambled eggs and green team's simple breakfast cereal. Enough of the rating, enough of the looks. It's now time for the taste test. Let's start with the scrambled egg. Just gonna have a bit of that, nip it in the bud. Bon appetit. Oh, I mean, simple yet so fulfilling. That was amazing. Immaculate scrambled egg. I feel like we've had a Michelin star restaurant in Luton.
Wow.
That was absolutely amazing. I'd give that a solid 8 out of 10, really.
Thank you.
And now it's time for the green team's famous breakfast cereal. Cornflakes, what could go wrong, guys? What could go wrong? I like to get the crispy parts, so I want to get to the top. Really reminds me of my primary school days. Just pure nostalgia right now, you know what I mean? Right, okay guys, it is time to announce the winner of Breakfast and Beds. And the winner of Breakfast Beds has to be Red Team's famous scrambled eggs.
Thank you.
No problem. Guys, I'd like to say thank you so much for watching Breakfast in Beds. I've been Holy, and these two have been our wonderful chefs. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everyone.
And we are back, and we're at the famous Metro Bar. As you can see, they are doing their lovely little scrambled. Today we have got Ursula.
Ursula, hi. Hi everyone. So, my name's Ursula. I actually work for the Student Union, and we've got a lot of areas that we cover. So I'm not really sure what questions I'm actually going to be asked today, but I can tell you about the areas that we have. We've got our full sabbatical officers, so these are students who have now taken a year out. They're actually our bosses. They are here for you. We are here for you. So we represent all students. Every student is a member of the Student Union from the minute they're registered. We also have an advice service. We also have lots of lovely things going on in the Metro here. I know we can't see them all, but round the corner we've got things like you can come along, do some table tennis. Why not come to a club night? We have got another venue in Bedford as well. We've got the Hub, so it's not just the Metro, we've got the Hub. They've also do some absolutely cracking nights. We have the Big Deal Wednesday that goes on there. We also have many other workshops and things that happen here. It actually is quite a large space once you go around the corner. We also have this space which is used by societies. So I don't know if you have ever heard of the societies and the networks that we have. So for example, I've got my LGBT lanyard on here. So we have an LGBT society, LGBT network, we have a disabilities network, a BAME network, and we also have lots of societies that have, it could be a cultural society. So, you know, fantastic for international students. They can come here, they can join the Indian Society, the Nigerian Society, ACS, it could be Pakistan, it could be absolutely anything. Maybe, you know, we've got some students that are away from home for the first time and they're interested in a faith society, common interest society. Maybe you want to join your academic community. Anything you'd like to ask me?
Well, what advantages does joining a society actually have on your student life?
Okay, so it is actually fantastic to kind of add that to your CV as well. The best thing about societies is meeting new friends, having fun. So, you know, a lot of students come to uni, they don't know anyone. Join a society, join in a few of the events. Some of the events we've had over the last year have been fantastic. We've had some great club nights, so we've had like Afro beats, we do Desi nights, we've got Bangra coming up in Freshers, don't miss that one. We have got so much going on. I think we're going to have phone parties, UVA parties, just absolutely loads of stuff coming up. But we also do other things as well. So, you know, we've got students that will have started a course, they don't know anyone, they've got no one to share sort of any problems with, any issues. So an academic society is fantastic. you can meet up with other people. Some could be on your course. It could be that there could be like a second year if you're a first year. They could help you with your studies maybe, because they were you once. They were in that first year, and now they can, they'd be happy to help. And you sort of build up that confidence. And just like your student journey will just expand, because you'll just have all these other areas to help you feel relaxed and welcome, and it won't feel so scary.
So, speaking of freshers, what upcoming freshers event have you got from the student union?
Right, okay, so the full freshers programme hasn't been published yet. So it's not that I'm saying my lips are sealed, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head, because that's a different area that different departments put that together. But like I said, we have got the Bangborough Club Night coming up. We've got you'll probably find some random things. We're going to have a bit of crazy golf maybe. We're going to have some outdoor film nights. We're just going to do so many things. And this is not just at Luton, so we'll be in Bedford as well. I know it's a little bit trickier in outlying campuses, but we're going to do our best to try and reach everybody to make sure that every student has some kind of experience to the start of their journey here with us at UOB and obviously BedSSU.
Well, can you describe a bit more about freshers? Like, not necessarily the events, but what is it?
Okay, freshers. So it's our welcome week. So the student union's actually got two main freshers fairs. We've got the first one, which will be on Wednesday, the 20th of September. That's going to be in Bedford. So you'll find everybody in the sports hall there. Fantastic day. Come along, pick up the freebies, find out information about the area, about the community, about what else is going on near or around your campus or on your campus. It's going to be pretty much an identical day here in Luton on the Thursday. And I do know, if we can pull it off, we're also going to be having a smoothie bite in. So come and make your own smoothie. Like I said, I don't know the full programme for freshers, but I would say watch this space, check out our events page. It's all going to be on there soon. And also, as a registered student, you will receive notifications of everything that's happening as well, and you'll be pointed to that events page. So as things are confirmed bookings, they will appear.
Amazing. Well, so what's right? Let's have a little walk around around the famous metro. Thank you so much. You know what? Come on, join us.
Thank you very much.
So I've had many fond memories here, especially at the club nights. We've got the famous ping pong table right here, where I feel like I'm in my Olympics. Maybe I should be in the next Olympics, Paris 2024. Hit me up, Team GB. We've got the stand. That's usually where the DJ is when it comes to club nights. And the fans keep us cool, because it can get very stuffy here. And as we head down there, you see everyone just chilling, doing their own thing. We've got the bar itself, where you can get your drinks, you can get your scran.
There's a Starbucks here as well. Starbucks. Yeah.
Are you feeling really peckish? Grab yourself a pizza. We do some stunning pizza flavours. We've also got a new offering coming up for the beginning of term that nobody knows about yet. Top secret, but there's going to be an alternative to the sandwiches because we know that they can get a little bit boring. So we've got some great stuff coming up. This is Adam, actually. Adam, he's one of our long-serving students here at the Metro. How's it going today, Adam? Good?
It's so far so good, not too busy, there's not a lot of people, everybody that's coming, it's been so good so far, and we're having fun in here, and we're doing what we have to do as
This
well.
is the place to be, isn't it?
Yes,
This is
it
the place to
is.
be.
Yes, it is.
This is where we want to go. And just round the corner there, because I know it's not really a place you'd go on the club night, we've still got an extended area, another part of the bar there, and we've got a great meeting space down here, so a lot of societies use this space. It's just quite a nice secluded space. Normally the music's banging in here, but we have asked to just turn it down a little bit. This is just another area. We can have that cordoned off. We can do all sorts here. Workshops. Oh, we do some fantastic stuff here. So we have fashion shows where we make clothes here. We also put on Christmas events. We'll put on come and make your own Christmas gifts. So we'll supply everything. So students can actually get money from the student union. Did you know about that? Societies can get money. You can go on trips. We've had Life Sciences Society. They went on an exhibition to London. It was fantastic. So we paid for all of that. train tickets, fare into the exhibition. We've had Christmas markets in here where we've made it completely Christmassy, stalls from different countries, fantastic. It was great. So you really should come along and join the society. We've got a fantastic competition coming up actually for members. So we're going to be giving away an original portrait of, if you know Alexandra Burke, hand-painted portrait. It's going to be for anybody that joins the society.
X Factor winner.
We've got photos of her actually signing this at the BAFTAs and everything else. So this was donated specially by the artist. I don't know what else you want to know. Don't forget, more importantly, things we don't really speak about, our advice service. So this is for like, keep it on the back burner. But if things go wrong for you at uni, contact us. We'll help you out, or we'll at least be able to signpost you. Could be a university issue, could be a problem on your course, or it could just be that you've got a personal issue we can help with. We have a pantry as well, so students can make use of that with the cost of living.
How do we contact you? Do you have an email, a number, or can we see you physically?
Okay, so the best way to contact us is help@bedssu.co.uk. The easiest way to contact us, if you go onto the BedsSU website, you'll see a little question mark in the corner. You can click on that, type an instant message, bang, it comes straight to us, and somebody will get back to you very quickly.
Brilliant, thank you.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we'll see you very soon, and we'll be up next with our next section.
You're not just any student, you're a student at the University of Bedfordshire, making you a part of our Students' Union. Welcome to the family. So, what is a Students' Union? Firstly, it's run by us. Just last year we were sat in lectures, and now we've been chosen by students to represent you. Some students like late nights, whilst others prefer early mornings. We're here for all of you, wherever you are. We also know that sometimes things don't quite go as planned.
Help me, I'm poor.
Don't worry, we've got your back. That's why we're not for profit. So every penny you spend here benefits you, whether that is societies, clubbing, or your well-being. We want you to be proud of who you are and make your university experience unique. We're here with you on your journey.
There are a lot of elements I like about the University of Bedfordshire, but I'd have to say my biggest thing is the facilities here they have to offer. The first time I walked into the TV studio, I thought, wow, I just was over the moon and couldn't get over it for like an entire day. During my end of secondary school, all the way through sixth form, I suffered with severe depression and anxiety. I really struggled with school. I still always wanted to go to university, and I looked at the University of Bedfordshire. And to be honest, it was the best decision I ever made, because the difference between me when starting and the me now is drastically changed.
So the University of Bedfordshire has been a great university. Everyone's really friendly and you just know everyone when you walk around campus. It's also got great facilities, you've got a great library, the lecturers are amazing. For me, having dyslexia, it's very hard for me to do things on my own sometimes, and sometimes I do need some support. They support us in any way they can. There's always someone available for you to talk to if you're going through something. Most of our lecturers have been paramedics and are still registered paramedics. We're constantly learning through their experiences, and having all of this time to just educate ourselves and go through these experiences and be able to make mistakes and learn from our mistakes is really reassuring. I've really enjoyed being in the University of Bedfordshire and studying here.
Hello, my name's Julie Beams. I'm a Senior Lecturer and Course Coordinator in Early Childhood Education at the University of Bedfordshire.
Hello, my name's Abigail Gosling. I'm a Senior Lecturer on the Early Childhood Education degree pathways. In terms of the academic support, we offer a very active and interactive workshop model for the teaching. Students are taught in small groups and have an open door access to their tutors most of the time. In terms of their personal and emotional support, we run a personal academic tutoring programme where we meet regularly with the students throughout the year.
We think it's quite diverse, quite vibrant. It's a really friendly place to be. We really like it.
We think that students are very much individuals. We know everybody, we know every single person on our degree, and we support them as individuals as well as collectively.
We're looking for somebody who is open to learning, friendly with each other, not afraid of making mistakes, and learning from them, and collaborating with their friends.
And one of the things we want them to do is to, they're going to have to read a lot, so we want them to be really committed to their studies. We want them to be flexible in terms of their thinking, so that they may meet ideas that challenge them, and we want them to be able to work through those challenges and at times to change their mind about things. Any student thinking about coming to the University of Bedfordshire will have a really good experience, because what they'll have is very, very highly qualified staff who have got lots and lots of experience in the early years sector over many, many years. They will have a very personalised experience, because we know every member of every year group personally, and so they will not get lost in the crowd.
And when you come here, and we certainly hope you do come here, you will get a range of assessments, so please don't think it's all essays or all exams, because we'll try and give you a range to suit different strengths. Placements in all 3 years, a minimum of 80 days that are organised for you, and tutor and mentor support as well, all throughout. The placements, they're organised for you. You have a minimum of 80 days across the birth to 8 age range, and I think the learning that you can get from those is almost without match.
I think we've got a really lovely campus here. I think we've got some specialised resource areas, such as the Forest School, where you can come and practice teaching in an outdoor environment. We've also got a specialist early years classroom and a sensory room as well, so you've got lots of opportunities to be able to practice and excel in your teaching and learning.
We really look after you from when you come on an open day through to those induction times, and we have an induction for year 1, year 2 and year 3, all the way leading up to that fabulous time when you hand in your dissertation, which is such an exciting day, and finally on to graduation, where we and your parents and family are all so proud of you.
Hi, I'm Emily and I'm studying on the Applied Education course. I chose to study at the University of Bedfordshire because it provides me the opportunities to further my studies and do a master's degree, which is where I want to go, but it also allows me to complete my teacher training and to become and follow the career path that I wish to do. My favourite thing about the course so far is meeting new people, and I also really enjoy learning, so being able to see how the learning I do at the university can affect my day-to-day job as well has been quite interesting. I would recommend studying at the University of Bedfordshire because it has been a really supportive environment. The tutors are really knowledgeable and are always willing to go the extra mile to make sure that you achieve everything that you set yourself out to.
I chose to come to Bedford and it was the best choice I ever made. I love the fact that there's a real community vibe and that the tutors and lecturers really look after you. The one thing that I do really love about the dance course is that they don't actually take on that many applicants, which means that you do get more attention from your tutors and lecturers. The tutors are so supportive. They look after you, not in the sense of just academic, but personally as well. I've actually achieved everything that I wanted to achieve whilst being here. I feel like the university has really, really pushed me into finding myself and enabling me to do whatever I want with my future.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our clearing live stream. And today we have got Perry Knight and Susan Brawl from our Teacher Education. How are you guys doing?
Hello. Good afternoon. Very, very welcome. So really looking forward to speaking with you.
So, could you tell us about the variety of courses that are available to study at the School of Teacher Education?
Okay, so my name's Perry Knight and I'm Head of Education. So we oversee courses that lead to qualified teacher status, both at primary for the undergraduate, of which Susan has plenty of experience teaching on and leading. Also as well, we offer a undergraduate BA secondary physical education, and that leads to secondary QTS 11 to 16. And then we offer courses, education in English courses, which aren't QTS led, but what they do is offer various pathways into various education jobs.
And with these options, do they come? Could you do it through a foundation year?
Yes, you could do for the non-QTS. So for the courses that don't lead to qualified teacher status, you can do through a foundation year, and you can start with us on a foundation year. So it'd be a foundation year in education, a foundation year in English, and also in special educational needs, disability, and early years. So we offer those four pathways will lead to a BA honours. So over a 4-year period. So it's really a year foundation year and then the 3-year undergraduate. Our QTS courses are 3 years. So they start obviously within year 1 and then they will take you through to year 3.
Are there any opportunities for potential placements for students at local schools, for example?
Yeah, we work with...
Do you want me to talk about that?
Yeah, I will do that.
Right,
Susan.
a word that is vital to us in all the courses we deliver is partnership. As you can imagine, we have partners who are the students themselves, without which the university wouldn't exist. But in terms of our teaching partners, we work with almost about 560 partners in quite a wide geographical area. And for qualified teacher status courses, that is the courses that lead to a full qualification, which means you can enter teaching straight away. The vast majority of those schools are based within a fairly broad distance. We've got Northamptonshire, Cambridgeshire, Peterborough, very big hub there, Hertfordshire, Luton, Buckinghamshire, and of course Bedfordshire, Central and Mid Beds. And the schools are vital to us because without their support in mentoring and providing daily feedback to our student teachers, we would not be able to deliver such an outstanding programme of education and nurturing that we do. So for all students on the qualified teacher status courses, they have a placement each year which takes place at a different stage during the academic year, specifically to provide students with an experience of each term in a normal school year. So for example, the year 1 students, when they embark on their course, they do their first placement in the spring term. Year 2 students do their second year placement for the entirety of the spring term. Sorry, year 1's in the summer term, year 2's in the spring term, and final year students experience that wonderful Christmas term from September through to December.
So all of our courses leading to QTS, our students have to have the minimum of 120 days in school. And that is built up through the year, through the 3 years. So the first year is very much, learning the classroom routines, yes, working team teaching with the teacher. Mm-hmm. Year 2, there's a lot more independence in terms of teaching. And then in year 3, it is very much working as a as an early career teacher. So, we try and build it up quite neatly. And it is exactly the same for our BA physical education, and means that is currently a 4-year degree. They have to complete 160 days in school. So as Susan said, our partnership is absolutely vital.
Yeah. And the strong communication links, I think, benefit everybody in the partnership. If you think of the term triangulation, we have us, the schools, and the student, and all three need to be focused on the same outcomes and with the same intent. That's a very big word in education at the moment. And ultimately, it results in a better student experience.
And for those courses that don't lead to QTS, there are also placement units throughout years 2 and year 3 within there, just to ensure that students within those courses really get that education experience, whether that is in schools, working within local authorities, working in residential schools, working in museums, etc., and alternative education as well.
Yep. Can I just add in there, Perry? For final year QTS students, there are 2 separate weeks where they go into a school specifically designed to support them in their understanding of foundation subjects and SEND, and that further enriches their experience.
So what kind of facilities do you have in your school?
Okay, obviously we're a teaching school and an education school, so we have a breadth of facilities. We have specialist science laboratories. We've just made over a £200,000 investment to upgrade our science labs, which are very much built on a secondary science lab, you know, so just to get that experience. We have specialist mathematics and literacy classrooms as well. Both of those lead on to our forest school. We are quite unique as a university because we do have a forest school which is built into outdoor education and forest education across every single course that we actually offer. This year we have just opened a sensory centre. And our sensory centre has got specialist therapy rooms. So for music, for craft therapy, for Lego therapy, also for light and sound therapy as well to support our SEND students. We have a specialist early years classroom. And the early years classroom is very much focused, as you would see, a birth to 5 classroom, of which our students have the opportunity to work, you know, within those rooms. And also as well, we have specialist facilities, both for physical education. Our year 1 in PE, they go off on a trip, on an OAA trip. And you know they go off and spend a few days camping and doing all sorts of outdoor education type activities, raft building, work on lakes, you know, outdoor cooking, and using those facilities as well, as if they were taking groups of young people, you know, with there. We have we celebrate students and our schools. So we have our school partners also on site.
Yes.
So we have literacy days, we have phonics days, we have specialist technicians, you know, who work with us, who create resources as well for us. In addition, in the library, we have a huge range of stock, you know, in terms of textbooks, etc. But we also have a classroom on the top floor of our library, in which students can take out story sacks, whole class resources into their teaching location as well. So, you know, in terms of our resources, we're extremely lucky with the resources that we do have.
And you mentioned specialism, Perry. I think it's important to not just focus on the resources, but the human resources we have, because all our staff, as across all departments of the university, play to their specialist strengths in terms of subject knowledge and experience, but also harking back to that term partnership, wherever possible to enrich the experience for everyone concerned, we will call upon our partners and invite them to co-deliver or to deliver sessions for our students. And in terms of the location of the university, which is very well positioned within Bedford, we have so many schools on our doorstep. As Perry mentioned, we'll bring groups of children onto the campus. In fact, there are 2 groups on today, either for sports activities or to come and participate and allow our students to get real life experiences of teaching and delivering sessions to them prior to going into the school themselves.
All of the staff across the School of Education all have experience in schools. The majority of us are qualified teachers, so we, so some of us are ex-head teachers, ex-deputy head teachers, senior leaders, heads of departments. In addition to that, we also have some outstanding educationalists in the wider education field. So, for example, our English and our education studies staff as well. So all of us are educationalists at heart. We're a big team, but we're a specialist team. And I think one of the benefits of our courses is that every one of our students will receive that individual care.
Absolutely.
And also that individual support, particularly through placement and through training to be a teacher.
And the students acknowledge and fully admit that they tap into that expertise as and when it's appropriate for them, because you might be taught by someone who's, for example, a former head teacher or who has an extensive research profile, and at a respective stage of your training, that will be particularly relevant to your development, and that option is available.
Any advice for our students applying through clearing?
My advice is really there's three pieces of advice I think I will give before I hand over to Susan. Firstly, as you're going through clearing, it's important that the course is for you, and also builds on your interest, builds on your, your experience, within school as well, and also what your future career wants to hold. Our employability for teacher education and for our non-QTS provision as well is good. In fact, I think it's outstanding. We have over 95% employability of our students who are working either within schools or within the education sector within 6 months of completing their course. A lot of our students are employed particularly within their final year of placement within our partner schools as well. The second piece of advice I would give, is to firstly really celebrate your exam results, those successes of today, and really think about what you can do with those successes. Ask questions. And finally, find a university that is going to support you through your academic, but also as well, who's going to support you personally and developmentally as well, which I know at the University of Bedfordshire, all of those three areas that we can certainly offer.
Well, just to add to what Perry said, and by the way, I agree wholeheartedly with the advice you've given. I would hope that students and potential students are always open to possibilities, because where one door closes, another one opens. And even if it might not have been an option that you initially had been considering, it is well worth taking advice from knowledgeable, reputable and respected sources and being led by that. And we wish everybody all the very best, obviously, and look forward to welcoming them onto the campus.
Thank you so much, Perry and Susan from the School of Teacher Education. Up next, we have got Art and Design. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you, and best of luck.
Hello, my name is Abigail Gosling and I'm one of the senior lecturers in the Early Childhood Education degree pathway for graduate practitioners, and I'd like to welcome you to the University of Bedfordshire and to our really rather wonderful Early Years and Sensory Centre. Here we are in the Early Childhood classroom, and as you can see, it's a wonderfully interactive teaching space that our students can come in and build up their skills and their abilities to teach in an early years classroom. One of the key features of the classroom is that we offer the key experiences throughout the classroom from birth to about Key Stage 1. And what we do, this is a perfect base on which they can develop their skills in creating a potentiating environment for young children to learn in. Whether it be creating a Montessori space or a Froebelian space or even a curiosity approach enabling environment. This classroom offers them first-hand experience in doing just that. Along this side of the building here, we have some play therapy classrooms that are used by more specialist courses for the special educational needs and disability degree pathways. We have got music therapy, we have got construction therapy, we have got a soft play area, and we also have an art and design area. Welcome to the sensory room. This room offers students a wonderful opportunity to experience a dedicated sensory space to support children with special educational needs and also who just need some time out to gather their thoughts and be fully nurtured by the wonderful experiences of light and sound.
My name is Abby Collins and I am on the English Secondary PGCE course. You get two very different schools, whether that's a differing behaviour policy, approach to learning, different curriculums, and so in my first placement school I was at a booklet school where they create all of the resources in advance, they print them in a booklet and you work through that with the students. In my second placement, it's the complete opposite, where it's just traditional exercise books with PowerPoints and texts and extracts, and we work through things like that. And I think it's a very strategic way of planning training because it means that wherever you then end up in your job, you have hopefully experienced a bit of everything in your training. You are assigned a mentor, you typically spend about 3/4 of your timetable with a mentor, and then you'll spend a sort of quarter of it with another teacher, so that even in one placement school you're getting a variety of experience with various teachers. And then you start off gradually with 2 weeks of just observation, understanding how teaching happens, how to do behaviour management, you learn what your classes are like, and then you gradually increase your teaching in increments week by week. So you normally start off with 2 hours across a whole week, and that can be a whole hour of teaching, it can be doing starters, it's very easily tailored to what is your preference. And then as you go through the course, you increase your teaching hours and you go from teaching sort of pre-planned lessons to co-planned lessons to your own planned lessons, and so you don't feel rushed during the process. You have more than enough time to progress at your own pace, and some people progress faster than others, some people progress at the rate that the uni sort of sets out, and there's always support for you with whichever way you sort of want to go with it.
Hey, and we're back, and we're going to be talking about accommodation. As a student that's moved out of home and lived in this block for a year now, and coming back, I just wanted to ask you, how is it like being a commuter to university?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't choose to live in these beautiful blocks like you, but living at home has its benefits as well. Obviously, I don't have to pay, to live. I'm just under my parents' roof, and the commute is quite cheap as well. It's £2 for a single fare, and we're literally just outside the bus stop. From my house to uni is like 15 minutes. The bus route is very, very convenient. So I find living at home isn't that bad as well. I get to save money until I'm ready to move out. But I also can come in and out of Luton when I please, because the transfer is that easy. But what's it like living here?
I just wanted to change the scenery. I remember when I was in sixth form, I was thinking, I need to not learn about myself, but just be a lot more independent. So I decided to come here. I decided to come to Luton, just outside of London, so I can come back to London for work stuff or to see family. And it's one of the best decisions I've made. I've made friends for life. I've had many experiences here, and I've learned a lot about myself, especially since I am living by myself. I've learned to be more independent. I've learned to eat well, because being fed for all these years, and then now you have to feed yourself. You've got to learn how to do it. And I've learned many life skills, especially cooking. My favorite thing to cook is a cheeky tikka masala, and I've mastered it now. So, you know what I mean?
Okay, I can cook as well, even though I don't live away from my parents. I can still cook, guys.
What was your favorite
Learn
thing
how
to
to
cook?
cook. Don't be lazy. Learn how to cook. My favorite thing to cook, I kind of like a pasta, shrimp Alfredo kind of vibe. Yeah. So get at me if you want me to cook for you. But yeah, pretty much. So anything you want to find out about accommodation, you can go onto our website and it'll be just under the accommodation. So yeah.
And I'll see you guys up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are here with Noel Douglas and he is from our School of Art and Design. So starting off, can you tell us about the variety of courses that are available to study within this school?
Yeah, sure. Is my mic on? Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. So I was told there was a bit of a delay. Yeah, so we are a small school, quite community focused, but we also have a lot of international students, obviously with Luton having the airport. So we kind of get a really nice mix of local and London students and students from the area, and then students from all sorts of places, really interesting places as well, like in Africa and kind of like places you wouldn't necessarily think beyond the kind of obvious type of international students. So in the courses we've got, at the moment we have interior design and architecture, graphic design and animation, which is what I oversee. The graphic design also includes kind of, it's very sort of illustration orientated. So we have students that kind of work in an illustration type way. We have art and design and sort of contemporary arts, photography, fashion design, and am I missing something? I think that's it at the moment.
And with these courses, are there options to study with a foundation here?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so we have a foundation course as well. So if you're someone that sort of is either undecided about what you want to do in terms of a degree, or you maybe feel that you want that extra year to experiment on whatever, we do that as well. And what we do there is that then gives you a direct entry into one of our BA courses. So that's another option as well. We're in a specific building that's called a Lexon House. The picture behind me is actually students doing a climate change performance. I'm gonna get out of the way. Look, you can see them there. This is in front of something called the Hat Factory, which is our local art centre, which has this amazing artwork on it, which you can slightly see a bit by a guy called Mark Tishner, who's a local artist. So the Lexon House, which is just behind this, is basically directly attached to this art centre, so that we have all sorts of stuff going on in the art centre. The Lexon House that we're in is a former fashion factory and an old hat factory. So Luton's very famous for its old hat industry. So they're both. So it's a building that used to have a lot of creative industries in it, and we have very, very big studios. So I think one of the big key good points about coming to our school is that we have quite small class sizes, so up to about 20 in general, and nice big studio spaces. And I think that's quite a lot different from a lot of the art schools in the area. Like, so for instance, if you went to the schools in London, you'd probably be in a class of 80 to 100 normally in a year. And obviously that then, I'm not saying that those schools are bad, but that obviously that creates can be quite difficult for you in terms of accessing the equipment. In our art school, we have a print studio, we can screen print, we have photo studio, we can do photography, we have 3D printers and laser cutters and woodworking shops, and obviously computers to do work on. So, and all of that stuff you can access very easily because we've got, as I say, these kind of quite really good course size numbers that kind of give you also a really good, I think, quality of education, because you obviously get to know your tutors really well. You know, you do know them, they do know you, you're not just a number, and we all kind of come together and work in the studio.
Does your school have links to the industry, and has any one of your students ever, left the course and become part of the industry?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I've got tons and tons of students on things like LinkedIn. I did a survey the other last year actually, where I looked at places where people have gone, and I would say that any student that comes, that puts the work in, I mean, that's the main thing I would say. If you want to do it and you're passionate, and that's obviously what we want to see, we'll help you get there. I mean, our students have gone on to do all sorts of stuff. People I know I've taught in the last decade are creative directors. They might run their own design studio. They might have gone abroad and done things like master's courses, or even kind of gone off into kind of weird things like charity work, where they work as graphic designers, for instance, things that you wouldn't necessarily think. And the good thing about our area and our school is, one, that we're 20 minutes from London on the train. So obviously the creative industries are largely clustered around London and the southeast. And also there's a huge growth in the film industry that's happening around Boreham Wood, which is sort of near us as well, in our kind of area. Lots of new film studios opening up. So for instance, on the animation course that we have, the kind of skills that people are learning there, means you can fit into kind of all sorts of roles. I mean, there's despite what the degree title that you might kind of go for, say like graphic design, in my case, or animation, there's a lot of jobs within underneath that title. So you could be an animator who goes off to work in films doing kind of drawing characters, or when you watch a Spider-Man film, you watch any film these days, you see how much of the film is actually created by artists in computers. Yeah, so there's all those kind of different routes, and one of the things we do on the course, obviously, is we introduce you to that. So starting in the second year and then going into the third year, you do 2 big units that are all to do with your creative future. And what they do is they take you through a range of kind of all the things you'd need to know. So everything from, if you did want to set up your own freelance studio, and we have a lot of students that do that. Some of them work locally and work in the community, or some of them go to London. You know, how do you set up a studio up? How do you set your rates for what you charge people? How do you deal with your tax? How do you deal with your intellectual property so that you don't, you can license your work so you don't, lose the value and someone steals it or whatever, how do you get your portfolio sorted out? We also link with a range of industry organizations. So there's different organizations that their job essentially is to link students with industry. We link with them, and they also put on workshops to do with things like developing your portfolio, or developing your interview techniques, or all the sort of things that you need. And every course in the Art and Design School has a set of resources, as long as that help you do that. And these professional practice units that we have, there will be a series. So there might be people coming in to do a lecture on something like intellectual property, or it might be that we look at AI, for instance. I mean, AI is now going to become a big feature of creative courses. So, but it has all sorts of problems with it, in terms of, the ethics of it, and also kind of how it's going to affect the job market. So we need to think about like how that's going to affect you, and you might get a lecture on that. And then one of the other things that we do in the school is we have a thing called Wow Wednesday. So it's called World of Work lectures. So that's basically where every week we have a different artist and designer come in. It's online at the moment. We do them online, but sometimes they're in person as well. And that talk that they give a talk about what they do, and the focus of that talk, or the theme of the talk, is always about how they got to do what they did. Yeah. So it kind of helps you demystify the process, because I think maybe the one thing that some people can't understand maybe about art and design is how do you get into some of these jobs, because they're not they're not necessarily advertised at the job center or whatever, and so those talks are all designed to help you understand how other people have done it, and that's so in all these ways we try and help you. And then where we are situated in the school in Luton is what's called the Creative Quarter, and so there's been a lot of work in that area, and what that means is there are local opportunities. So for instance, we have just down the street from us, we have some studios that you can rent out for cheap. If you graduated and you wanted to work in the local area and work, say, set up a design studio, you can do that. We've got also some creative businesses that have moved into the other studios, and as I say, we've got the Hat Factory as well. So through a combination of all those things, as well as obviously on the course teaching you the skills that you need to be employable, that helps you kind of get into those areas. And as I say, I just met with a student recently, Emmanuel, who's an animation student. He came to see me because he's just started to work in Soho in London. He's an animator. I mean, but this is a good example of what I mean by how you sometimes have to sort of take a route into things. So he's got a job in a Soho studio that does animation, but the job they had was video editing, and we've obviously taught him that skill. So at the moment, he's a video editor, and he's hoping to, because he's now in the company, hoping now to kind of shift into animation. And he told me that he was working on the jobs he was working on were, the latest Harry Potter video game. They basically had he had a brief where he had to make the video adverts for online for that stuff. So, and then we also have other things, and we have lots of students, for instance, who make music, and we encourage that as well in the course. I make music myself as well. There's all kind of creative stuff. So we've had those students come in. They're trying to launch their careers in music. We had them come in this year, and the students worked in a team to make videos for 2 of their tracks, which have gone out on YouTube. So the students get to work as a team In this case, it was graphics and animation students working together with the artist, who was, say, one of our alumni, make a professional product that actually gets out there. So we also do that while you're on the course. We have an internal studio in the school called Guildford Street Press, which is run by an alumni. So that's another sort of potential thing that people who come to school you could do. So the alumni runs it as a creative director that we oversee as staff. And then what that means is that students on any course, actually, I mean, not just graphics on my course, can do an internship in the studio. And the reason why we set that up is because we're all, as an art school, we're always being asked by people in the local area or whatever to, can you do us a poster? Can you make this for us? So we thought, well, okay, let's actually formalize this. So we have this studio, and as a student, you can go, while you're doing the course, you can go in and do an internship, work on a real project, get some money for it as well. It's paid work, and actually get stuff out there to help build your CV. So if you're in all those different ways, we help you to be employable. And as I say, every student I've had who, puts in the work and keeps going when they finish, has got kind of to what they want to do. We've had all sorts of people doing all sorts of really interesting stuff.
And do you have any advice for students looking to apply through clearing?
Just get in touch with us. We're here. I'm on clearing today. We're on clearing, for the rest of the week. If you've got any questions or you're worried that maybe we're an Access University. So, if you're worried that maybe you haven't, your work isn't right, or, is your work good enough or whatever, just get in touch with us. We'll speak to you. As I say, we're an Access University. So I'm not, what we're looking for is people that just want to do it, really. It's not about, you don't have to be have been the best artist in your class or whatever, you just have to want to do it. And have a chat with us. And as I say, I've in the past taken students who haven't had a lot of experience in art and design even, but again have come out and been really good artists and designers, because obviously, that's what we're about. We're about teaching people creativity, and I think anyone can learn how to do that. So, get in touch with us. We're a friendly bunch. Like I say, it's a small community focused school. I think we have a lot of fun. Art school's fun. And we'll talk through and see what we can do for you.
Thank you so much, Noel Douglas from the School of Art and Design. Up next, we have got life science, and we'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you so much, Noel.
Thank you. See you later.
Welcome to the School of Art and Design. We are based at the Alexon building, once home to the historic fashion brand, and situated in the creative quarter of Luton, an industrial town historically associated with millinery, craft, and manufacturing. The Alexon building has been designed and adapted to create large, light, and multifunctional creative spaces, studios, and workshops. In the fashion studio, there is space for every student to have their own workstation and sewing machine. And it has been home to catwalk shows and exhibitions. There are cutting tables, mannequins, and a textile printer. The 3D workshop includes laser cutter, workstation, and a 3D printer. Students can use the 3D workshops for creating models, woodwork structures, laser cutting, and 3D printing. In the photography studio, you will learn how to professionally light and photograph your work, whilst photography students will develop professional skills in all forms of digital and analog photography, including processing and developing in the darkroom. In the printmaking workshop, we have 5 large-scale print beds and a relief printing press. Here we hold workshops in risograph printing, bookbinding, and students have access to vinyl heat press for things like designing and making your own t-shirts and tote bags, for instance. Students can come to the Mac studios to use the Macs or high-spec PCs. Students can use the studios to create their artwork, including large-scale installations, paintings and exhibitions, and workshops are often held in these spaces. The seminar rooms are used for smaller group teaching, including presentations, tutorials, crits, and discussions of work in progress.
brief, which was make a change, so I did environmental pollution. This is kind of a glamorized version of what I did. But yeah, so obviously plastic bags, and then shells, ocean pollution. It turned out better than I thought.
People walking past me, they're like, wow.
Yeah, I like it, it's nice.
I think I've really found something that's like my niche and something I'm very passionate about. And having it up on the wall is weird. Everyone, like so many different people from different backgrounds coming to see it, friends and family. Yeah, it's strange, but it's really exciting to kind of have the opportunity also to talk about something I'm really passionate about.
Like, I am proud of it. Looking at it now, like, yeah, I'm happy. It's an interesting piece and definitely excites me. And I'm excited to see what the final piece will look like.
We have shown work from foundation year students all the way up to MA, the MA in Art and Design. And that's amazing because, you know, there's different levels of skill, but actually to have them all together is really great. There's such a diverse group and they must have learned so much from each other, and we have also learned from them, so that's been really great. So a really amazing, you know, year for this degree show.
I love the free-flowing creativity, how there are no barriers between what you can create. As long as you have a backstory, you have a fantasy created makeup look.
It's great to have an opportunity to study everything from prosthetics to high fashion, which prepares us for the industry.
During clearing, we have loads and loads of open events, and Rosie has all the information. So Rosie, what do we have?
So we've got our virtual open day, which is actually today. So we've got that literally coming up shortly, starting at 3 o'clock today until 7. That's online. And then we've got open campus tours this Friday and Saturday, both from 10 till 4. So you get to meet the tutors, have a look around campus. And then we've got our famous campus tours. Currently, they're every Wednesday, and that will continue after clearing as well from 2 till 4. And then we've got throughout, especially just for clearing, we've got our campus tours from Thursday the 17th, which is today, running through until Friday the 25th from 10 till 4. So you can book onto any of our open days or our campus tours by going to beds.ac.uk/open-days/.
And Rosie, you're also a student here, so can you tell us a bit about your experience being a mature student?
Yeah, so it feels like a lifetime ago. I was a student back in 2017, so I did a degree in education studies, which was quite nerve-wracking because I had been out of education for quite a while. I was a typical student, didn't have the entry requirements, so I actually had to go back to college to get my GCSE maths and science so that I could apply, and obviously got in. So I did that full-time for 3 years, which was quite challenging because I've got 3 children. I had 3 children, sorry, who 2 had special needs, so it was trying to balance a home-life balance, trying to study. And then obviously I had my dissertation period through COVID, which was hugely challenging. So obviously being a student, getting used to those challenges was hard enough. And then, I've come on to work for the university, and I'm actually leaving my role in September, which is quite sad. But I'm not going anywhere because I'm coming back as a student. Yeah. So I'm going to do my master's in psychology to get a conversion. So I'm really looking forward to that. I'm meeting a new load of lecturers and finding out loads more exciting things. So I'm really looking forward to what the new challenges of studying a different subject is going to be.
That sounds absolutely awesome. I wish you all the best with your masters. Up next, we have got life science in a few minutes, and I'll see you all over there. Thank you so much, Rosie.
Thank you, Rosie.
I'll see you everyone.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Adam Geffen and I'm the course coordinator for fashion at the University of Bedfordshire. I've been teaching for a few years now and I've taught in different institutions. I used to be a menswear designer, I had my own brand, and after a few years of doing that I realised that actually what I wanted to really do was focus on academia, teaching but also exploring through research. So here at the university, we try to create a inclusive environment. We work with students who are local, but also students from across the country who come here and are looking for this kind of small town experience where they can really focus on their studies. Part of how we do that is by allowing them to, on the one hand, receive all their design skills, but on the other hand, receive all these skills that they may have needed in terms of drawing, draping, sewing, and all these kind of basic skills that they may need a leveling up in. We have about 2 to 3 days of actual kind of practical work in the studio that you would expect kind of throughout the years. That allows you a lot of kind of independent work that we expect you to kind of do things that we've discussed in the studio and explore on your own, and then come back and show it to us, to the staff and the peers, and really receive feedback and be able to progress from that. We work on design work, practical work through panel cutting, construction and sewing, and we also look at kind of visualization skills through graphic design, computer aided design and illustration work. We believe that collaborating between industry and kind of academia is really important. So we bring guest lectures, we talk about, we have collaboration units that we work with external partners, brands and other companies to establish live briefs where the students can really experience a hands-on design project. We have people coming in and talking about garments, accessories, trend forecasting, and some of the basic tenets of fashion design that really kind of enriches the students' work. Also, we bring back alumni who help us in the studio and also talk about their own journeys through our Wow Wednesday program, which is more about employability. And we kind of want to continue that link between when you started and how you finished. We don't want our students to just go away. We like to have a community. So Wow Wednesday is it's called the World of Work, and it's a weekly session that we have a guest lecturer that comes and talks to the whole school about their practice. The idea is to really show how their skills and what they're learning is applied in the real world, and to see other people in their practice and to learn from other people's way of doing things. We've had really great results with this, and students have reacted quite positively, and we bring people from across the spectrum of the creative fields to talk to students about different aspects. We've had people work in design, we've had people work in technical departments as buyers, as merchandisers, as technicians, as technical staff, as designers, and also as illustrators and photographers. So the gamut is quite wide. You can collaborate with people in the school. We have amazing facilities in terms of everyone gets their own kind of desk, and they're able to work on their own mannequin and sewing machine. So you really get that kind of space to explore, and something that you can put your stuff. There are lockers, and you can go and come back and not have to lug everything with you like in some other places. One of our biggest strengths is that we are small, and by being small, we're able to give students a lot more contact time and to really give them that hands-on experience that they may not receive with the large universities. I believe that when students have that kind of small personal approach, they feel a lot more seen and heard, which is both good for their professional as well as mental well-being, and it's proven itself. We can see that people really appreciate that.
Good afternoon and welcome back. And today we are with Taiwo Shitu for the School of Life and Sciences. So, could you tell us about the variety of courses in the School of Life Sciences?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dr. Taiwo Shitu, and I'm a lecturer, microbiology lecturer in the School of Life Sciences. So we offer various diverse of courses: biochemistry, biological science, biomedical science, food and nutrition science, forensic science and criminology, pharmaceutical and chemical science, and pharmacology and health science, which capture virtually every aspect of life sciences.
And do these courses come with a foundation year?
Yes. So we have foundation year for our students, and probably to one thing they are not qualified to enter directly. So we offer foundation year, which lasts for 1 year, and then build them into their basic aspect of chemistry, biology, and give them the fundamental knowledge. From there, they can migrate into the first year.
And is there a practical element to these courses?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of practical that even from the foundational year to the last year to the third year, you'll be doing practical. All our courses are informed with practical, they're understood with practical. I am a product of University of Bedfordshire. I did my master's there. I'm proud to be here. I did my PhD here. I'm proud to be here. So I've seen it all. So I'm encouraging any potential student out there that just click the button.
Yes, indeed. I respect. I love you for that. That's absolutely amazing. So, what type of facilities do you have in your school?
We have a fantastic facilities that can even compete with any other university in UK. Recently, universities have invested more than £40 million on our facilities in life sciences. We have the STEM building. In fact, anybody that wants to see should just come. We have virtually every facility that can build and help every student to develop into their potential future dream. In the STEM building, we have lab section. We have lab space that can even take in more than 60 students at a go. We have microbiology lab. We have tissue culture lab. We have sequencers that can even as well help for students that want to go into the genome data analysis. For someone like me now, I've developed myself into that area where I can train students in that field. Genome data, when we're talking about, for virtually every one of us will appreciate the aspect of life sciences because of the COVID. So everybody became a scientist because of what? COVID. So this is where we all start from, that there's some basic technique that require you to be there. So we in the University of Bedfordshire School of Life Sciences, we can develop the potential to be there.
And does your school have any links to the industry that can possibly, further the experience of our students?
That's one of our backbone. We have every at least probably 2 or 3 times in a year that we normally have what we call industry lighthouse meeting with industry like GSK, NHS, Biogen, and even that is not coming now. One of the industry in the field that develop different techniques as well and different kind of equipment as well. So we definitely have a link with industry. In fact, most of our teaching development is being informed by research and industry innovation. So definitely any student that comes to University of Bedfordshire will have these practical skills that is available, that is suitable, that is ready for the industry.
And do you have any advice for any student that's going through clearing right now?
I know wherever you're watching me, you might be thinking that what should you do? I've been at this point in time, at that particular point as well, thinking about what should I do at the next point. But I ask myself, what will I gain? What is the vision of the best university? The best university is the one that pick whosoever that's average student and turn them toward a full potential that they can compete in the industry. So my advice to you, we have everything that takes to get you to your potential level and what that make you employable. As you will be, just click the button. I am a product of this university. I did my master's there, I did my PhD here, and I'm proud of what I have achieved so far here. So if you want to be like me, just don't wait time. keep the bottle.
I am absolutely amazed by your work and your journey here, and I'm very proud of you. I hope it continues in this wonderful university. It's really good to see you. Really good to see you. Up next, we've got the media performance. And please don't forget to ring 0300 33 073 for your chance to come to this wonderful uni food clearing. Our line will be open all until 8 p.m. Thank you, guys.
Hi, I'm Dr. Noorjahan Bashir, lecturer in pharmacology. I teach molecular pharmacology in semester 1 and clinical pharmacology and therapeutics module in semester 2. We follow research-informed teaching and learning, and our focus is to equip our students with updated theoretical knowledge, practical experience, and various transferable skills that would help them in their future career. Our students have found their footing in various biotech and pharma companies. They are working as scientists in industry or academia. They are also working as policy makers, as regulatory affairs specialists, clinical trials associate, etc. And also some of them are entrepreneurs. We want our students to achieve their maximum potential here, and staff here are always willing to help, guide and support students in the best possible way. We also offer peer-assisted learning support, and we also have a skills lab where students can practice their various laboratory skills, which obviously will help them in their assessments and also in their future career. We also have a 5-story library which is open 24/7. There are both books and e-books. We also have a new STEM building where we have state-of-the-art equipments. For example, this lab is an analytical chemistry lab where students carry out their practicals. We also carry out a range of assessments, including writing lab reports based on the practicals they have carried out, poster presentations, oral presentations, research proposals, etc. This really helps them in improving their communication skills, teamwork, and leadership qualities. In our school, we frequently host guest lecturers from various industries such as Merck, AstraZeneca, and also we invite various renowned scientists to talk about their research. We also invite alumni to talk about their how they have progressed in their career. and also from government organizations such as MHRA. And our students love those guest lecturers. Annually, we also run STEM Expo together with the help of careers and employability surveys. On that day, we have many keynote speakers from industries. Students get to meet the prospective employers, and all in all, students really enjoy STEM Expo because it gives them an idea about what is out there.
Hi, my name is Kashifa Sirumi. I am studying microbiology and public health at the University of Bedfordshire. So I decided to study at the University of Bedfordshire for two reasons. The first one was the study programme. I had a look at the prospectus and everything seemed to align with what I wanted to do. And secondly was the location, since the University of Bedfordshire is literally in the heart of Luton. There's so many facilities around and it's easy access to everything. So I chose to study this course because I did an undergrad in general science and I realised that I tended to like the biology side more of things. And while I was scouting for different universities, this course came up and it also incorporated public health as well as microbiology, and I thought I could get like a 2-for-1 study, if you would. So there's a lot of different modules that we do. Two that really stood out to me were principles and policies in public health, simply because I had no idea about public health until I started this course, and it really opened my eyes to, I guess, the different, a completely different aspect of what I know, which has been in the lab. And also I really enjoyed molecular diagnostics, just because it was something that allowed me to, I guess, work in the lab and get that hands-on experience with the different laboratory equipments and things like that. So my favorite thing about this course would definitely be being in the lab. I've always been a lover of the lab and, you know, playing with the different instruments in the lab, doing culture stains. I feel like a real scientist when I'm in the lab. So that would definitely be one of my favorite things. Another thing would be, I guess, learning a completely different side. Like, as I mentioned, public health. I knew nothing of public health and epidemiology and things like this. So I guess learning about the policies that play a huge role on everyday life today. Yeah, that's also been really fun as well. So there are many different places you can go once you've graduated from this course. You can decide to go through the pharmaceutical industry route, the biotechnology industry, diagnostics. Some people even go on to do forensics and the crime scene, things like that. So it's definitely a variety of choices that you can choose from. We have here at the University of Bedfordshire the STEM building, which caters towards all the STEM subjects. We have our specific labs for microbiology, computer science and different things like that. We definitely also have been given the opportunity to work with different devices that we'll use in the industries, like pharmaceutical or diagnostic industries. We have so many facilities here as well. I've definitely enjoyed using the library just to get my hands on different books that I probably would struggle with getting my hands on outside of this university. So it's been really helpful with my independent research, especially during my project. So every year there is this thing called the STEM Expo where different faculty members come and they speak on this panel about life after university, I guess, and the different things that we can go into. They also get different industry professionals to come and speak to us about their particular industry. Like this past year we got to hear from people from GSK, and they really kind of gave us some insight to what they're offering and, you know, how they can help us with internships and things like that. Also with CV preparation and things like that. So during my study, I took a 6-month gap to get some experience, some hands-on experience in the working environment, which I found really interesting because I was able to implement things that I've learned in theory whilst being at school and use that in the professional field. So I was a lab analyst at Randox. It was really interesting. So there I was able to learn how to do PCR as well as using different instruments that we were going to use in the labs, and also learning how to extract DNA and things like that. So it was really helpful. The support here has been amazing. You have literally from the head of your department will give you a helping hand to your lecturers, your supervisors, even the student support. You have student information desk as well, which I've found very helpful. Especially coming here for the first time, I had no idea where anything was. They really gave me a hand in, you know, getting to know the different parts of the school. So I would use 2 words to describe this university. I would say it is diverse in that there's so many different people you can meet here from different ages, different backgrounds, international students as well. I've made a couple of friends from different sides of the world. And I would also say it's lively in that there's literally so many things happening at once. There's so many different things you can do here. There's so many different things that's happening as well. You can always join different clubs and societies, which will also allow you to meet new people and network. Yeah.
Hello everyone, and we are currently at the Costa, my usual place to go before a lesson.
Yeah.
After a lesson.
Yeah. When you want to wake up, you've got a 9 a.m. lecture, come in for a coffee, croissant. You really like their flapjack.
My flapjack is my highlight of the week. Literally, I come in here thinking, right, a cheeky croissant before I go to my lecture. You'd love to see it. We've got so many things to do here. Place to relax, place to have your coffee to wake yourselves up. Lovely to scram all these drinks. It's just perfect, down to the last minute detail. But whilst I'm having my little flapjack, I've got to burn off the flapjack in me, you know what I mean? So we've got a gym down there. Just a little heads up, the connection might cut off, but if we do, we will be back. Don't you worry, guys. Let's just walk down to the gym. And fun fact, actually, I will tell you the fun fact when we're actually there. But the gym is literally just down these stairs, turn straight to the left, the Aspire gym. Yes, the on-campus gym. We have a gym on campus. Isn't that absolutely amazing? And as you can see, it is just like every other gym. And you know what makes this gym special? It's just on campus. You could do your classwork and then leg day, just like that. multitasking at its finest. And fun fact, it's going to be free for students this year. Absolute W. You have got no excuse to go to the gym. You've got your famous leg press. Guys, the best way to get your physical self while studying in the University of Bedfordshire.
But don't be a hypocrite. You're telling them to get fit. You need to do something as well. So are you going to demonstrate one of these
You want
tools?
me to demonstrate one of these things?
Yeah.
You know what? I need to work on my calves. I want to get them Jack Grealish calves. So and what's the weight here? Let's do 40. Let's do 40. Okay. I don't know if the.
Wow.
I think it's not. Guys, I promise you, I can. Right. I'm gonna work on the biceps today, guys. I'm not wearing the right gym attire, but this should be fine. I swear, if I can't lift this, it'll be very embarrassing. See that?
Go on. Feel the bird. Yeah. Get that summer body.
Summer body. I call it uni body. First term body. You've got to be absolutely macho, man. But yeah, that is the Aspire gym.
Well, yeah, we're about to leave because next we've got
media performance on niche. I cannot wait, and I'll see you guys over there.
Hello, my name is Adenike Adeshola Olomola and I'm studying MSc in Pharmacology. I decided to study MSc Pharmacology at the University of Bedfordshire because of a lot of reasons actually. So first of all, the University of Bedfordshire have been commended by the Quality Assurance Agency for the high standard of higher education provision. And also the University of Bedfordshire have invested in specialist facilities for their students. For example, the £40 million STEM building. It's a well-equipped building, technology building, and then it's just beautiful. And also they have highly qualified lecturers. And I also chose to study at the University of Bedfordshire because the tuition fee was, quite affordable. Choosing Bedfordshire, the location was also an advantage because in Luton, the cost of living in Luton is quite moderate compared to other cities in the UK. And then, it's close to London, and then in Luton, you get to meet people that you're familiar with and people from other races as well. So it was also an added advantage, coupled with things I've read about Bedfordshire and everything, it helped aid my decision in picking Bedfordshire. So the outlines of the course is just excellent. I mean, we have course outlines like drug discovery and development, cell and molecular biology, molecular pharmacology, and clinical pharmacology. And these course outlines are designed in a way that they integrate the latest theoretical developments. So it gives you a broad knowledge of the pharmaceutical industry, of the molecular biology, of drugs. You get to learn a lot, and then your knowledge is broadened, which gives you the opportunity to get the key skills that you actually need in the pharmacology field. And also the assessment types, the assessment types that are used in this course, from poster presentations to laboratory reports and all of that. It gives you the advantage of expressing yourself in different ways, and then you get to learn new skills that you didn't even know you had before while assessing yourselves, which is very brilliant. Yes, actually, I have taken part in extracurricular activities. I'm a PAL leader for my course, and then I'm also a member of the Life Science Society. Being a PAL leader has really enhanced my leadership skills because, you get to stand in front of your colleagues and then tell them this is how it's done, this is how it's done, do you have any questions? So I actually have to take up roles to, similar to being a lecturer, which has really, made me more confident, and, I have to learn something before I can teach people. So it's made me willing to learn more and to know how to do things more so I can teach people better. while studying MSc Pharmacology, there are lots of support that you can get. For example, my lecturers, they simplify the learning process for you. And then while studying, you know, there's a part that the lecturers will take, there's a part you have to do as well. Before you go back home to do your part, you already understand what you're in for. Like, it's already simplified for you. You know what you're looking for, you know what you're getting. And then you go back home and read, and then it's, you know, straightforward for you. And also, each student has a personal academic tutor, which I make use of very well. You know, after every semester, you interact with them, you give them a feedback. How do you like your course? How do you like your feedbacks, the assessment types, you know, challenges you're facing and all of that. And then you get advised. Also, we get support from the study hub. You know, if you have issues with, you know, anything, you can just reach out to them, you know, and they'll be of help to you. They're very helpful. And also the libraries is well equipped. You know, find different books, different, their group study rooms, silent study rooms. If you want to go to the library with your friends to read, there's a place for you. You know, it's 24-hour service, so you get access to it. Everything in school is very accessible, and it really helps. To enjoy MSc Pharmacology, you know, you have to be willing to learn. You have to be a dedicated person. You know, you have to be enthusiastic about learning, to pursue knowledge. Okay, what's the reason behind this? How does this work? You know, if this happens, what will it lead to and stuff? So you really have to be willing to pursue knowledge, enthusiastic, and then you really enjoy yourself while studying the course. With a degree in Masters in Pharmacology, there are various job opportunities that you can get. You can work in the research field, in the academic field, in the regulatory affairs. You can be a toxicologist, you can be a clinical pharmacologist, you can be an academic researcher, a research scientist, a consultant even. You know, the various job opportunities for you to express yourself. I'd like to use 3 words to describe the university, which is accommodating, advanced, and diverse. So, I mean, accommodating, you know, when I got to the University of Bedfordshire, I saw a lot of students. I mean, black, white, Asian, you know, and everybody, doesn't seem to be any, you know, discrimination or something. Everybody is one. So it's very accommodating. I felt at home, you know, it was welcoming. And then advanced, I mean, I got to the classes, I saw the way the lectures were being delivered, I saw the facilities in the technological building, you know, a lot. The whole student profile, where you get your notes from, everything is just advanced. And then it's diverse, like I said, you know, they have different races, different cultures, and everybody just seems to be one, which is very brilliant.
Good afternoon, and we are now in our final section with Rachel Clark from the School of Media and Performance. How are you, Rachel?
I'm all right, thank you. Nice to see you, Holly. It's been quite a break since we last met.
So, could you tell us about the variety of courses that you could study in this school?
Well, it's very creative, hence the name Media and Performance. So you can study my course, my dog has just entered, sorry, which is Media Performance for Film, TV and Theatre. So we look at acting for the camera, we look at acting in the theatre and a lot of production skills that go along with that. We have film production and film and TV. We have acting up at Bedford in the performing arts. We have film and television. There's lots of courses, lots to do. My dog's really put me off. I'm sorry about this.
With that, could you student placement? So with these courses, how does it help you get into the industry?
Okay, so most of the courses look at employability skills and networking. So you come to us and it's about formulating your own brand. And from that brand, we then help you connect with industry and see how you can meet people along the way that may offer you internships, work placements, or opportunities, or even just sound advice. So I run an event called Media Junction, which is a weekly event, and it's filmed in a TV studio where I interview media guests. They come from all sorts of areas, from Mullinair, which is a big production company in London that does audio. We've had Clearhead Media, we've had the BBC, we've had Equity, we've had Spotlight, we've had numerous amounts of people come along, and they offer their tips, guidance into how to get into the industry, how to present yourself, what an employer is looking for, but also the advantages from having someone in like that is they can guide you into the not so visible routes. So by putting yourself out there, they can guide you into finding unusual ways into the industry by volunteering, for example. Shall I carry on?
Can you tell us about some of the practical elements of the courses?
Well, they're all about making something. So it's about creating something that needs to have a story. So there needs to be an image, a story, and a variety of production skills to go along the way with that. Even if you look at my course, Media Performance, you still are looking at how you package up the final product to send out to an agency. So you are learning how to be digitally savvy. So you're learning how to use cameras, how to edit, how to create that story. But then also you're learning how to present that to a film festival. If you're doing film and TV, you might look at pitching. If you've got a game show idea, you might look at pitching that for television. As I've said about the performance side, it's about creating your online presence as well, and how to connect and find those routes into the industry.
And do you have any graduate success stories through this course?
Well, from my course, yes, I have. In fact, I have a little picture right here. See that? That's Ricky and Melvin O'Doon, who are Radio 1 presenters on the Live Lounge. They came to do media performance. They studied radio as their specialism. They were here at the start of Radio Lab, it was called. Back then it was Luton FM. So they were the pioneers of Radio Lab. I mean, Melvin had such character when he was at university, for example, and he wasn't sure where he wanted to go, but because he was a cheeky clown, a cheeky chappy, he sort of found his way into industry with his personality and persona. And I think that's really important to think about what it is about you, what you've got to offer to somebody out there in the industry. And I think what he's done is just made himself his own brand, as I said about branding yourself. So everywhere I've seen Melvin, and recently it was on Channel 4 about saving your sperm, how to get your best production of sperm. But he's also doing Lego Wars. He's doing a shopping show with Keith Lemon at the minute, where they're driving tractors, most bizarre. But behind all of that, it's still that Melvin I saw coming into university on his little scooter. He's still very suave, sophisticated, but he's not changed himself. He's branded himself, if that makes sense.
And can you tell us about some of the experience that your academic team have, but also how you guys, keep up with society, how you incorporate the changes of society into the course?
When you're doing a creative course, most of the content that you build is based on what's going on around you. So you would be looking at making some form of a statement or creating a story about something that's trending at the time. So if it's making a film, we've just had some students get selected into a film festival from their special project that they've made this year, which was a very subtle film approaching the LGBTQ groupings, but it was set in India, and it's a beautiful story, shot beautifully. And I can't remember what the question was. Sorry, what was the question?
I was just asking how you guys stay connected with the
Making the point, that's it. Yeah, so they're making a statement through their work that they are going to use as a platform to try to connect out into the industry. So what we are studying is always current. We'll look at where we've come from with a variety of practitioners as to what's formulating the academic theory behind what we're doing, but then we'll integrate that with trends and popular culture that's happening within society. So for example, everybody's TikToking, particularly Holy, everyone's creating social media content now. So we would integrate that within some of the work that we might be doing. So students making films on iPhones, for example. It's about challenging what's happening around you, but also trying to take it that little bit further. I mean, we're trying to do voiceover within media performance for the gaming industry. You create an audio show reel so that you can tailor that to go out and do commercials, as I say, games, audio books. So it's about finding skills that will fit into whatever society is demanding, really. And if you keep up with what's happening and try to keep current, then you will have more success with employability.
So what are the facilities like in your school?
Well, I spend a lot of my time in the dark, as in studios. So I spend a lot of time in our theatre, which is fully equipped with good lighting facilities. Students learn how to use the lighting and the sound. We have LEDs, which makes it quite creative for theatre and experimental theatre. In the TV studio, it's all HD and digital. And the BBC have used it before for some of their political shows, and they've wanted to do live broadcasts from our studio. I've interviewed in there numerous TV personnels over the last year and lots of alumni who are working within the industry. We actually had John Stevenson, who's a Hollywood director who directed Kung Fu Panda, if you know that movie, which all you kids out there hopefully do. So it replicates what you'd have as an expectation within the industry. We have a media stores that has camera equipment, and we have edit suites, we have green screens, we have a VR suite. So we have the means to create, but again, it's down to the ideas and the individual in creating it. So you can always challenge whatever you've got, and it's never enough, but you will find ways to overcome that and make it even better.
And do you have a word of advice for the students who are applying through clearing?
Live your dreams. Think about what it is that you want to do. Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? And what steps do you need to do to try to get there? If we take Holy as an example, he came into the university to take one direction, but he's developing his skills, learning new techniques, and he's actually changed his direction. So you don't have to know exactly what you want to do now. It's about having that leap of faith, thinking about what skills you can gain from any degree. And if I go back to mine, because obviously it's my subject area, media performance is all about communication. No matter how you package it up, it's about how you communicate to your audience. So that skill is transferable in life. You know, we present to the camera, we act to the camera, but it's how we are communicating to the person that's behind there. So whatever it is that you want to do or think you might want to do, have a little bit of an open heart that along the way you'll learn new skills and you might find something else that you really want to do. But remember, the more skills you have, the more employable you are, And if you took television, the structure of television, the routes and channels through television is not linear, and that you will find different ways that cross over. So you won't always have a very specific, bespoke way into the industry. It will be something that you think, oh, I didn't know that job existed. So, for example, I was watching Britain's Got Talent, as you do, and a credit came up, and it was a student of mine. She was a production secretary, and I contacted her on Facebook, and so I'd never heard of that role before, production management, but not production secretary. So you start to talk to people and hear that there's actually more jobs than what you think there would be out there. And I think that's what's important, is that, you know, you've got all the slices of the cake to come. You know, you're on the little bits at the moment. The icing will come later, but at the minute we're putting all the ingredients together. I'm going to cook it for 3 years, and then we'll see how it rises.
So much, Rachel. And thank you to everyone for joining our clearing live stream. You can check out our online event right now at beds.ac.uk/online open day. And please remember to ring us until 8 p.m. today on 0300 33 00073, and all just apply online. What would you like to say about today?
It's been fun. Yeah, it's been
blast.
fun. And hopefully we'll see some of you guys in September.
And I'll see you guys in September.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for watching.
Hi there, my name is Anthony Greenbank, and I'm a senior lecturer in film and television here at the University of Bedfordshire. So we are looking for students with a passion for film and for television, although that doesn't necessarily mean we're after students with a prior background in film and television. We have many students come to us who didn't have the option of studying film or media production or television production in college or at school, which is absolutely fine. But as long as they come and, you know, they come to us with a kind of a real kind of fire in their belly for the industry and kick-starting their career with us, that's what we're really after. You really get the opportunity to work with industry standard hardware and software. Our television studios, our cameras, our lighting kits, sound recording equipment and edit suites are top of the range. You'll be working with the kind of kit and software you will work with in the television film industry. One of the things we're really proud of here at the university are our alumni. The students that have graduated from our film and television courses over the last few years have gone on to do fantastic things in the industry. You know, we've had students working on the latest James Bond film No Time to Die, working alongside Tom Cruise on Mission Impossible 7. Our students are now production managers on things like Made in Chelsea, producers and directors on things like Strictly Come Dancing and The Apprentice. You know, top level television and films. Many of our alumni are now working at that high level in the film and TV industry. What's fantastic about that is that they are still very open to helping us and helping our current students here at the university. So not only do they often, you know, when there's an opportunity for a work placement or an internship, come back to us and ask for our current students to take these opportunities, which is fantastic. That's one thing they do for us. But the other thing they do is, you know, they keep us informed with regards to where the industry is heading in terms of the changes in, you know, how it's funded and how it's structured, the technical changes, where the industry is moving. And that really helps us as lecturers create a kind of a future-proofed and, you know, ready for the 21st century set of courses that will cater for the film and television industry as they are and as they are developing. So yeah, our alumni are really helpful in keeping us up to date in terms of our curriculum. One of the things we're really pleased about here at the University of Bedfordshire is the real kind of diversity in the student body. You know, we have students coming from all over England, all over Europe, but all around the world. They come to us, they find us, and they come on these courses, and our courses are richer for it because we have these students from different countries and different cultures all coming together with their own creative ideas which are grounded in their own backgrounds, and the collaboration between them has produced some fantastic pieces of work. And also in terms of diversity, we can talk about kind of social background. You know, a lot of the students we have are often the first people in their family to come to university. But one thing all the students have in common is that when they come together as a team, they really do produce some good work. And we see them all, no matter what background they've come to us from, graduate and really find successful careers in the industry. So I think it really is one of our strengths, because after all, the world of film and television is a global industry, and you find people working together from different corners of the globe together, and it's a bit like that here at the university.
Hi, I'm Frances James and I'm a second year film production student. So the way they kind of divide our modules on our course is to focus on different areas. So in our first year we had a module on sound editing, where we got to do sound for an animated short. We also do a theory module every year, so that kind of keeps that kind of very separate from everything else, but also is something that you can definitely branch out and apply to your current work. And then every year you also make a short film as a part of a module, so which involves script writing. So this year we are doing a 10-minute short film, but we are also then going to be doing non-fiction filmmaking, so we're going to be doing 2 short documentaries next term as well, which sounds really exciting. My favourite thing about the course has been the theory modules, ironically. The essays, which I was quite worried about getting back into. I've been out of education for a couple of years, so I was quite worried about coming back to essay writing, but actually I have loved every single topic we've been given, and we're given so much freedom to pick what we want to talk about, that although there are obviously structures to the questions, last year we wrote an essay about a director, and you got to pick any director you wanted to talk about. And I basically looked up my director and found out there were quite a lot of people who didn't like his style of directing and thought he wasn't very well rated. And so I just spent my entire essay arguing with them and telling them why they were wrong, which was just great fun to get to do. And you just get so much support in that as well. You know, constantly getting to send stuff into your tutors for feedback. You never feel like you're just handing something in and hoping it's the right thing to do. You very much feel like you are certainly going to pass with everything you hand in. So I've also been taking part in setting up our university TV channel called Beds TV. We do it in tandem with Andrew Eborn's show, where he interviews industry professionals. So we've had Jeff Posner on the show, who produced Blackadder and various other really great comedy shows. It's really interesting to listen to him talk. Students have been taking part being the audience, and I've been involved doing the camera work in our brand new, really exciting TV studio, which has been great fun to do. And hopefully we're going to push out into further activities. We've also done a zombie day this term, which involved doing up various of the acting students as zombies, so our makeup students got involved with that, and then we as film students did various comedy sketches with them around the university, in our gym, in our library, in our theatre spaces, just getting to really have a fun time collaborating on a really great kind of group project. The course offers opportunities to get involved with the actual industry. There's various opportunities to do placements, but also to just be involved in discussions. So the other week we went to the Royal Television Society and took part in their student-based workshops. They had 4 industry professionals from various parts of the industry talking about their jobs and how they got into them, and we got to ask them questions. It was a really interesting event, and also we got to network with other students doing similar courses across the country, which was really interesting. Also, you are going to walk away with so much practical experience. You will have used the kit over and over and over again until you're really, really confident. Also, the university has its own TV studio now that we're setting up as its own TV channel, and so you get to be part of that as well, and you can just always pick up more and more experience if you're willing to say yes to opportunities. Studying on this course has helped with my potential career path by just making me a lot more confident in going into this industry. It's a tough one. Film and TV is just such a wide range, and there's so many talented people already there. You've really got to be at the top of your game by going into it. You've got to be able to walk in and understand what you've got to do the moment you're asked to do it. Even as a runner, you've really got to just be able to push through. And this has just given me the confidence to walk onto sets and know that I can do what I'm asked to do, which was what I was definitely struggling with before I joined the course. I chose to study at the University of Bedfordshire because partly the location of Luton to London, it made it a lot easier to not only travel home, but travel to see my boyfriend who's studying in London, so that made that just a little bit of an easier choice there. But also, yeah, the access to kit, they've got a really great TV studio, they've got a radio station, and then there's all the film kit as well that you can book out whenever you want to use for your own personal projects. You're not just restricted to using it during class time. And I think also just the fact that it was a very small course as well helped me make that decision. I like being part of a small, close-knit group rather than a massive 200-person course. Also, everything's a core module, so I never felt like I was going to be missing out on a certain aspect by having to take options. And also it just meant that everything is very focused, every tutor is very aware of the rest of the course. And I also did the open day online and spoke to a tutor for 2 hours because they were available and they wanted to talk to me, and that made me feel very, very welcomed to the university.